Fortunately, guys, he has lost ESPN and he has lost his $100 million podcast deal. All over some Badusi.
All narcotic tests have come up 0.00%. I'm 44 years old, little Tigger.
Say what? Katt Williams dragging Kevin Hart's little self into this wild mess again. And this time he's coming in swinging, claiming Kevin sold out Shannon just to see him get canceled. Yup. According to Katt, this whole drama with Shannon ain't just random, it's a straight up setup. Katt says it's a full-blown shakedown, and guess what? He came locked and loaded with receipts. Everyone knows Katt Williams cannot stand Kevin Hart. It's not even a secret at this point. But these latest claims, they're straight up crazy. Katt is saying Kevin's been moving real sneaky behind the scenes and that he's teaming up with big names in the industry just to take Shannon down. Wild, right? Katt already put Kevin on blast in that explosive 2024 interview with Shannon Sharpe, and now he's saying Kevin is still mad about it and plotting hard to ruin Shannon's whole career. Turns out Gabriela Zuniga, the woman suing Shannon right now, ain't just some random name. She's got deep ties in the industry through her family, and word is, she was sent to trap Shannon in this whole scandal. They knew exactly what they were doing, and Shannon walked right into it. See? He pretty much exposed himself when he got too comfortable in those interviews, running his mouth about his thing for younger women. That's when they locked in on him and set the whole thing up to bring him down. Now Katt Williams going off on Kevin Hart for turning on Shannon? This ain't new. Katt's been on Kevin's neck for a long time, and this just added more fuel to it. One of the first times Katt publicly clowned Kevin was when he showed up on SNL wearing a lace front and a dress, after literally saying just days before that he'd never do something like that for fame. That whole moment came during a wave where it felt like every black male celeb was popping up on TV in a dress just to climb the ladder. People weren't feeling it, and when Kevin flipped on his own words, it rubbed a lot of folks the wrong way. Katt was one of the loudest to call him out, saying it looked like he sold out big time. The only reason Kevin Hart even got asked about this whole dress situation in the first place was because Dave Chappelle had just dropped a bombshell interview with Oprah. In that sit-down, Dave revealed that while filming a movie with Martin Lawrence, producers tried to pressure him into wearing a dress, and he straight up refused. No hesitation.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a degree. Like, when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. But certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, all these brothers gotta wear a dress. This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, you got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a... and he put this dress on. And, what? No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave, listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like, and he leaves. And then like the director comes, Dave, it really would be great if you wear the dress. And it was clear, I was adamant, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. Guy comes back 10 minutes later, the whole new scene. Hot damn, how did you write the scene so fast?
But here's where it gets wild. Right after Dave shut it down, they suddenly pulled out a brand new script, like they'd been waiting for him to cave. That moment had folks shook. It opened a lot of eyes, and suddenly, Every celeb was getting asked how they felt about what Dave said. Kevin was one of those celebs, and during his interview, he stood firm, said he'd never put on a dress for a role, like he was real confident about it.
Dave Chappelle, another great comedian, said that, in the industry, they tried to make him wear a dress. Have you ever ran into that with scripts, and is that something that, you wouldn't do, for?
I definitely haven't ran into to put on the dress. I mean, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. For me, I know what they are. They've yet to been challenged, so I don't have to speak on them. I was asked to dribble a basketball on the talk show this morning.
You look
said
good
no to
doing
that. Not that was a dress, but I was like, no, I'm gonna look stupid. At the end of the day, you got to know that you're a brand. I'm a brand. You need to protect your brand at all times. When things happen that can possibly affect your brand, your brand can be diminished, and you don't want that to happen. So protecting my brand is definitely important.
But not long after that, Kevin popped up in an SNL skit wearing a dress and a wig.
The new pope is not Turkson. The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee Kavenzhane Wallace.
Wow.
Just like that. Fans were stunned. He had just said he wouldn't do it, then flipped the script for laughs on national TV. Back then, Kevin Hart wasn't some struggling actor scraping by, but he definitely wasn't at the top either. He was hungry for that big break, and when the opportunity came knocking, he threw on that dress and ran with it. He knew what it could do for his career, and he wasn't about to miss that shot. But once folks started calling him out for switching up, Kevin got real defensive. He hopped on Twitter and said, "I wore a dress on SNL because I thought it was funny. I made that decision. Nobody made it for me. I am my own boss." Like he tried to shut the whole thing down with that one tweet. But when Katt Williams was asked about it later, he didn't hold back at all. He straight up said Kevin sold out, and not even in a surprising way. According to Katt, Kevin was just the latest in a long line of black men being pushed to throw on a dress just to level up in Hollywood. He said Kevin wasn't making some bold choice. He was just doing what they told him would get him through the door.
Kevin doesn't have to worry about what people are going to say about him wearing a dress because of the long line of dress-wearing people before him. So now we had Big Mama's house 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I've never seen Medea in a pantsuit. I think she wears dresses. So now I'm saying, why are we picking on poor little Kevin Hart? Because it was his turn next.
And the thing is, Katt wasn't only dragging Kevin for putting on the dress. He was pointing out how Kevin publicly went back on his word after saying he never would. Katt Williams didn't just speak out because of the dress thing. He said all this because the industry was straight up trying to erase him at the time.
You're a sucker. The reason I don't do Big Tigger is because I had a tumor in my upper jaw and they had to take it out. And they had to block the whole right of my sinus with a piece of metal. So ever since I got out the Marine Corps, I can only breathe out of one nostril, boy. I get my blood tested every 3 months for the last 15 years. All narcotic tests have come up 0.00%. I'm 44 years old, little Tigger. You look up my rap sheet. I have never had a DUI or a possession of anything, not even the marijuana I do every day. See, when you real, you can tell the truth about any.
And guess who they were trying to replace him with? Kevin Hart. Unlike Katt, Kevin was down to do whatever they asked, no matter how much it clashed with his values. That's exactly the kind of person Katt refused to be. So once Kevin started gaining traction, the machine went full throttle. They came for Katt hard, spreading all kinds of wild rumors about him being unstable and out of control. They were trying to paint him like some criminal menace just to clear the path for Kevin to shine. They blackballed Katt so bad he stopped getting roles altogether and had to fall back from the spotlight. But in 2018, he made his big comeback, and he didn't hold back.
6 female black comedians that I know personally that I put on tour who have a hard time getting a chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A after they headline 7 shows at a club for $2,500 a week.
But people like real, and that's why they
is that
like
what
her.
they like?
They love realness.
Because everybody's real then. So don't trip.
No.
Is they so ghetto? When did that become marketable? Knock it off. They like her because she want to sleep with a white man. That's why the only thing she said was, I want to give it to Brad Pitt.
Katt came straight for Kevin, determined to expose what he called the fraud behind the fame. Even though Katt didn't name drop Kevin in that particular interview, Kevin clearly felt the heat because the way he reacted, you could tell he took it real personal. You know the saying, a hit dog will holler. And baby, Kevin Hart was barking loud when he went off during that heated interview on The Breakfast Club. He straight up called Katt a failure and claimed the only reason Katt never reached his level of success was because he chose substances over his career.
My frustration with Katt Williams comes from, you keep pointing at Hollywood. Hollywood this, the white man, this, and this. When do you take responsibility for your actions? You had the shot.
Katt was in that position at one point.
You were the guy.
Yeah.
You were set up to be the star. You didn't show up to work. You off promo shoots. You off your promo trips that they had set up for you. You became a risk to the studios, which is why the studios stopped with you.
Why was he a risk?
He chose drugs.
Oh, okay.
Take responsibility for what you chose and say, you know what? I got to fix me, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to stand up for comedy. So when you say Tiffany Haddish doesn't deserve or isn't really a comedian and these other women have worked hard, which they have. Shouts out to Melanie Camacho. Shouts out to Lunel. Shouts out to Leslie Jones, who are all underneath the umbrella of Katt Williams. Katt Williams, have you ever used your platform to bring the people that were under you up? You haven't. So because you haven't, don't those that now are. I've used my platform and I've brought my guys and girls up. The brand of Kevin Hart is a brand that's expanded so far, whether you like me or not. My presence in comedy will forever be felt because I'm a boss. I sit on the top of it, and the opportunities that I'm giving are the ones that I'm creating. So take responsibility for what you did. You. Nobody else did. You don't hear Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, the Kings of Comedy, Seinfeld. You don't hear George Lopez, Eddie Griffin. You don't hear fucking who else can I go down the road of other comedians? Steve Martin, Martin Short. You don't hear the guys that got on top and that made it by doing what they love complain about the people that are coming under them. The reason why is because they're happy with themselves. Don't blame everybody else for your shit. Don't shit on my sister Light because you're not happy with your shit. This shit's earned, it's not given.
That shade was icy cold. But Katt, oh, he wasn't letting that slide, not even a little. The stuff Kevin accused him of was wild. And when Katt pulled up to Shannon Sharpe's club Shay last year, he came ready for war.
Tiffany was same job. Why do you think Gary Owen can't cross over and he already white and been in comedy for 25 years?
Then Katt dropped a bomb. He reminded folks that he got blackballed after refusing to do a disturbing scene in Friday After Next that involved him being S.A. He stood his ground and paid the price for it. So apparently the producers behind Friday After Next thought it would be funny to include a scene where Katt's character gets S.A.'d, but Katt wasn't going for it. He straight up said no. There was nothing funny about that, and he wasn't about to play along just for laughs. After filming wrapped, the punishment came quick. Katt got blacklisted from the industry, and all the movie roles lined up for him, they got handed over to Kevin Hart, who, unlike Katt, didn't question a thing. Kevin was down to play whatever role they threw at him. Kevin didn't come out and directly respond to everything Katt accused him of, but he definitely made it clear he was feeling some type of way. During commentary at the New York Knicks versus Philadelphia game, he slipped in some sarcastic jabs, cracking jokes about Katt buying the Knicks and dropping them off at the game. Corny or not, that shade wasn't subtle.
A fun fact about the New York Knicks, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Katt Williams bought the Knicks.
He definitely bought it.
He bought the Knicks, and it's rumored that he took the Knicks back, returned them with a receipt.
You could do that. You didn't know you could do
the
that.
The first person ever did. Other known fact, Katt dropped them off.
Oh, wow. Katt just dropped John Morant.
He gave him a ride.
In a spaceship. Okay. In a spaceship. Copy that. Spaceship that he parallel parked.
Known fact, Katt Williams has a NBA basketball court in his living room. He's the first to ever he's the first to embrace a true hardwood floor.
Yeah.
He bought it in his home.
But Katt wasn't fooled. According to him, Kevin was out here trying to play it cool. But behind the scenes, he was real pressed. Katt says Kevin's been working overtime to take down Shannon Sharpe, especially since that explosive interview. And honestly, it tracks. Because Shannon had already said someone's been trying hard to cancel his whole show ever since he let Katt air things out. Well, now folks are circling back to that moment, and they're convinced Kevin Hart was pulling strings the whole time.
He said, but my mama said, boy, there's power in the tongue. Yes. He said, he told me, and my guy Jordan is over there, he said, now they're gonna come for you. I said, can't come for me for what? I didn't say anything. Right. He said, they're gonna come. And they're gonna say a lot of different things. And they're gonna be some people that you thought you might be able to get that they're not gonna come now. Right. And that's absolutely has happened. That's absolutely has happened. They were so excited. Thanks for reaching out. We can't wait to sit down. And a day later, they can't do it. And then no call, they won't follow, so forth and so on. So I understand.
But that's not even the half of it. Because now there's serious buzz going around that Kevin is also tied to the brand new lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe involving Gabriella Zuniga. Here's where it gets real messy. Gabriella isn't just some random woman. Word is, she's connected to a famous Hollywood family. Jaguar Wright spilled the tea, claiming Gabriella is related to none other than Daphne Zuniga, the well-known actress from back in the day.
He also skipped over the name that he dropped. She's a very unique name. Now, I'm not going to say her first name, but the family name that she holds is Zuniga. I've been researching, trying to figure out if she's related to the Hollywood Zunigas. Because Daphne Zuniga has ties in some interesting areas behind the scenes. Melrose Place actress, does anybody remember?
No, not Melrose Place, yeah, 1990s.
Yeah, Daphne Zuniga. She has ties, like I said, some very interesting Hollywood ties. So you messing with this girl who's a child. This man has children older than this girl. Am I lying?
And now, people are piecing it all together. Allegedly, Kevin and a group of powerful Hollywood execs have been plotting against Shannon for years. Once they noticed Shannon's pattern and how open he was in interviews about his attraction to much younger women, they knew exactly how to set him up. Using someone like Gabriella, that was part of the plan from jump. Shannon's past interviews are now getting picked apart, because looking back, he did make it real obvious he was into younger white women, just barely legal. It's like he unknowingly handed them the blueprint to bring him down, and now it's all coming back to bite.
Baby, I'm grateful I'm not fit.
Now let's be real, nobody is saying Shannon Sharpe is squeaky clean in all this. At the end of the day, he got himself caught up in this mess because he couldn't keep his hands off those young Instagram girls. If he had taken Monique's advice and settled down with a grown woman his own age, the industry wouldn't have had such an easy time flipping the script on him. And of course, the internet is sounding off. One person said, "Didn't nobody set this grown man up? He made his own poor choices. Now he got to deal with the consequences. Bottom line, he likes what he likes." Another person added, "He didn't care about his career, morals, or legacy. This is all on him." Whoa! But now I want to hear what you think. Do you believe the rumors about Kevin Hart playing a part in Shannon's downfall? Or is Katt Williams just calling out what everyone else is too scared to say? And what about this whole sellout thing? Do you think Katt is spot on or reaching? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'm reading everything. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who loves drama, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next drop, and click right here to check out another messy story. See you on the next one.
Bravo, not loving hip hop. Bravo has been trying to get Hollywood to come on a reality show as a full-time cast member Hollywood is Shannon's ex-stylist that he took to football games.
If you don't want people to know your business, then you just don't speak on it. Now, you're not going to make me look like a damn fool. I don't care who you are. I don't care how big of a star you are. You're not about to make me look like a fool.
You think he's a zest monster?
I definitely think he's bisexual.
Why do you think that? Just because his pants fit weird or whatever? That one meme?
His mannerisms. His mannerisms, and I think he's bisexual.
Number one job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is to act like it didn't happen.
I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right.
Shannon Sharpe is no stranger to the spotlight, whether it's his loud opinions or bold designer fits. But now, it's not his fashion or hot takes grabbing attention. It's his messy personal life that's got everyone talking. From being caught courtside with a rumored ex to wild IG Live slip-ups and now explosive lawsuits, things are spiraling out of control. And it just got crazier. His former stylist. Yep, that one fans always speculated he had more than just a professional relationship with, is now dropping some serious hints and shady receipts that could flip Shannon's world upside down. But here's where it gets wild. This stylist is now claiming Shannon tried to shut him down and ruin his career just to keep his private bedroom secrets locked away. That's right. He says Shannon wanted him blackballed so the world wouldn't hear the real story. What's really going on here? Did Shannon really try to silence the same man folks thought he was secretly involved with? And it all goes back to when Shannon was spotted courtside with Russell Hollywood Simpson, a stylist who, yes, also happens to be gay. Shannon Sharpe and NFL safety Kerry Rhodes' former flame, Russell Hollywood Simpson, were spotted all over the place, especially courtside at Lakers games. Hollywood even rolled with Shannon to A-list events, and it looked like Shannon really rocked with his style game. But with the two always side by side, the internet started buzzing, and Shannon was not here for it. Folks started questioning his sexuality, and that stirred up even more old rumors that Shannon might be living on the down low.
When the streets are talking, where there's smoke, there's fire. Definitely think Shannon Sharpe. And it's just like, I've been around a lot of heterosexual men, and comfortable heterosexual men don't need to always defend their heterosexualness. Shannon Sharpe is always upset when somebody's saying that he's gay.
And just when things couldn't get any messier, comedian Mike Epps jumped in with some shade. He suggested Shannon was secretly into men. Word is, Shannon hit Mike up to link at the club Shay. But Mike shut that down fast.
My dear, I ain't doing no interviews. So you can sit across from me and look at my balls. I'll sit down, nigga. Thought he was gonna attack Katt. That nigga shit is called Shay. The nigga's telling.
Now let's be real. Hollywood's not the first stylist linked to a celebrity with rumors like these, but Shannon reacts different. Every time the whispers start, he goes full force trying to shut them down. And you've got to see how he clapped back at the gossip during an episode of Nightcap with Chad Okosinko-Johnson. It was heated. Mention my name again and I'm dropping the DMs. I don't like doing this, but you're straight up lying. That's what Shannon snapped back with, loud and clear. He even said, say I'm gay, I don't care. I'm not chasing no lie. But what I won't do is let you lie on my name. Mention me one more time, and I'm putting it all out there. Then he got even more fired up. You said I invited you to Club Shay? That's a damn lie. When I see you, I'm gonna find out if you're really about it. Let's see if you keep that same energy face to face. And according to Shannon, all this drama kicked off because Mike Epps got salty over how Katt Williams cooked him during that viral interview. Shannon made it sound like Mike was trying to clown his name just to stay relevant. But fans weren't buying the tough guy routine. People saw right through it. He was clearly trying to save face. And the fact that he once hired someone like Hollywood only made the rumors louder. What did Shannon do? He cut Hollywood off fast. But the worst part? He didn't even do it respectfully. No warning, no conversation, just cold and messy. Shannon didn't just cut Hollywood loose. He tried to erase him completely. He went on to claim Hollywood had nothing to do with his wardrobe, acting like the man never laid a finger on his iconic fits. To drive it home, Shannon rehired his former stylist, Shelly Davis, and gave her all the credit, calling her the real genius behind his look. Fans weren't fooled, though. They saw exactly what was. Shannon was scrambling to kill the rumors and flip the narrative. But Russell Hollywood wasn't about to go quietly. He was clearly heated and petty with it. Shannon might have thought dropping him would end the gossip, but instead, it lit a fire under Hollywood. He started clapping back with receipts, kicking things off by posting videos of himself styling Shannon, showing he really was behind those headline-making fits.
I don't know what's in this box. I'm not going to open it until Hollywood gets here. But whatever it is in this box, I already know he going to make me look fly, ain't it? I got the best stylist in the world. Not the United States, the entire world. Of 8 billion people, I got #1. And can't nobody stop us. Shay Sharpe and Hollywood, a dynamic duo that can't be stopped. Run tell that.
Then came the shady Insta post with a video and a bold caption. Let's be clear. You straight killing.
But dog, this dude right here be killing the game. I be watching. Y'all be killing the game, Hollywood. You straight.
That line had people raising eyebrows fast. I mean, who goes out of their way to hype up a stylist like that unless there's more to the story? Even wilder? Shannon had gassed up Hollywood plenty of times before, in private and in public. But now, it looked like he was trying to erase all that just to keep folks convinced he was straight. And to make it all even messier, he allegedly staged one of the most chaotic accidents ever just to distract people. Yeah, he really did that. On September 11th, 2024, things took a wild turn. Shannon Sharpe accidentally streamed the audio of an intimate moment to all his Instagram followers. Yup, you read that right. The man went live and folks heard everything. And honestly, some people were calling it a bold move to shut down all those lingering rumors about his sexuality. At first, Shannon tried to play it off smooth. He tweeted, "Beware, my Instagram was hacked this morning. My team and I are working vigorously to figure this out." But that didn't last long. Later on, Nightcap, he came clean and told the real story. I threw my phone on the bed, got into some activities, and didn't even know IG Live was on. I've never used IG Live, so I didn't know how it worked. Then my other phone started blowing up, and man, my heart sank. I called my agent, the agency, even ESPN. I thought, just tell the truth. And that's when he admitted it. My phone wasn't hacked. It wasn't a prank. It was just me being a healthy, active man. He said he was deeply embarrassed, especially as someone super private. But what made it worse was knowing that one of his most intimate moments got broadcasted to the entire world. Still, not everybody bought the story. Fans started whispering that maybe, just maybe, this whole accident was a setup to silence the gay talk once and for all. Let's be real. How do you accidentally go live on IG? Fans weren't buying it. And based on what people actually heard during that so-called intimate moment, it didn't sound like much was even going down. That's when things really got interesting. Russell Hollywood Simpson wasn't about to let Shannon slide with that story. While Shannon tried to play the innocent card, Hollywood jumped on Instagram with some cryptic shade that had folks questioning everything. One post read, "I love my private life. You may see a little bit, but you won't see much." I'll tell you that, and the hardest thing I ever had to do is shut TF up. Oop! But that soft shade didn't last long. Hollywood snapped. He went straight at Shannon writing, "Accidentally going live. When you have to open the app, swipe right, swipe left twice, then hit the button, is absolutely insanely impossible." And let's be honest, he had a point. As if that didn't rattle Shannon enough, Hollywood doubled down. He posted a meme with the caption, "Don't push me," like he was this close to spilling everything. Then he hit IG again with, "So much I want to say, but nah," followed by, "I'll wait till the right time." Ooh, He was teasing drama like a pro. And then came the real gut punch. Hollywood flat out said, "I know how Shannon operates, and I wouldn't put it past him to plan something like this." That hit hard, especially coming from the same man who previously exposed NFL star Kerry Rhodes for hiding in the closet.
If you don't want people to know your business, then you just don't speak on it. Now, you're not going to make me look like a damn fool. I don't care who you are. I don't care how big of a star you are. You're not about to make me like a...
If anyone had receipts, it was Hollywood, and fans knew it. When Hollywood starts hinting that someone's on the down low, you might want to listen. He's got a track record. But interestingly, he never fully exposed Shannon. And fans are convinced that's not by choice. They believe Shannon shut him down behind the scenes. Even after cutting ties, Shannon kept a close eye on Hollywood. Real close. He knew what kind of secrets the man held, and he wasn't about to let him run wild. When trash talking him in public didn't kill the noise, Shannon allegedly took it a step further. According to Media Takeout, Bravo had reached out to Hollywood with a role on a reality TV show, but Shannon wasn't having it. Hollywood's team told Tasha K that Shannon was doing everything in his power to block him from getting on that show. Yep.
But according to Hollywood's team, his ex-stylist, he's been asked to do Love and Hip Hop, I believe. That Bravo is not Love and Hip Hop. Bravo, not Love and Hip Hop. Bravo has been trying to get Hollywood to come on a reality show as a full-time cast member. Hollywood is Shannon's ex-stylist that he took to football games, basketball games, sat courtside, bought him chains and everything. Just really laid him out, okay? And however, according to the team, Shannon is trying to stop it because he thinks things will come out about him.
Shannon was allegedly pulling strings to keep Hollywood off screen and out of sight. And just like that, Hollywood got benched. After already being publicly discredited, this move was the final nail in the coffin. Fans think Hollywood stayed quiet about Shannon not because he wanted to, but because he was forced to. Shannon may have blackballed him so bad that spilling the truth would have only made things worse. But here's the twist. Just when Shannon thought he was in the clear, new allegations dropped. This time, he's being accused of mistreating a woman. And the backlash was instant. Shannon ended up stepping away from his ESPN duties, releasing a statement saying, "At this juncture, I am electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. I will be devoting this time to my family and responding and dealing with these false and disruptive allegations set against me. I plan to return to ESPN at the start of the NFL preseason." But let's be real. It doesn't look like this lawsuit is disappearing anytime soon. Things got way more intense when Shannon's legal team dropped a batch of steamy, explicit messages between him and the alleged victim. One of the messages reportedly showed Jane Doe saying, "I want you to put a dog collar around my neck, tie me up, and do bad things to me." But here's the catch. Her lawyer, Tony Busby, clapped back hard, saying those messages were taken out of context and all dated before the alleged incident. Busby wasn't playing around. He said, "Every text Mr. Sharpe's team released today is from before the brutal assault laid out in Jane Doe's case. This is nothing but a distraction tactic. It won't work. And the details in this lawsuit are heavy. Jane is accusing Shannon of threatening her, manipulating and controlling her. According to reports, they met at a gym in Los Angeles in 2023 and began what started as a consensual relationship. But things quickly turned dark. Jane claims Shannon secretly recorded their intimate moments without her consent and even shared the footage with others. Then came not one, but two violent incidents. One in October 2024 and another in January 2025. Now with receipts flying and serious accusations on the table, Shannon's world is spinning out fast. And this time, a tweet won't clean it up. Shannon's legal team says they're ready to fight, and they're not backing down. His attorney, Lanny J. Davis, claims the evidence shows this was a consensual adult relationship that involved role play, fantasy talk, and language initiated by the woman herself. Still, Shannon's been working overtime to control the narrative, And with $50 million and his whole public image on the line, it's no surprise he's doing whatever it takes to protect his name. To defend himself, Shannon even dropped a video statement.
Be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself.
But fans weren't impressed. Most people felt it was the typical move from someone trying to spin the heat off themselves. And let's be honest, that video didn't win him any new supporters. Between Hollywood calling him out and Jane Doe's explosive claims, people are starting to piece together a side of Shannon Sharpe that's nothing like the polished image we see on camera. The vibe, it's not looking good for him. But what do you think? Did Shannon really try to silence his former stylist? And could he be planning to come for him again? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell so you don't miss a thing. We'll catch you on the next one.
Why do white people pay so much attention to black people if they don't like them? You would think if you didn't like something, why would you be paying attention to it?
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men.
I don't know that much. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke out of you when I see you.
Race play, Shannon Sharpe. Race play, I didn't even want to talk about this, but the more videos I scroll past talking about Shannon Sharpe and this relationship that he had with this 19-year-old, and it's not just her with the race fetish. He obviously was turned on by these conversations as well, and he only released what she was saying.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
This wild drama with Shannon Sharpe getting hit with a $50 million lawsuit just blew up even more. Now, Katt Williams is out here claiming he straight up warned Shannon this exact mess was coming his way. But Shannon didn't want to listen, just brushed it off. Remember when Katt pulled up on Club Shay last year? He actually told Shannon, clear as day, that being a black man in the spotlight, moving reckless, not showing self-respect, and letting his private life get out of control was a dangerous game. Katt said, all that wild bedroom action could come back to haunt you. But Shannon wasn't trying to hear none of it. And look where we at now.
Something you wasn't supposed to be doing?
You will tell it.
Shannon's deep in a lawsuit, and the whole internet is watching. An OnlyFans model claims Shannon did some shady stuff to her when she was just 19, and he was 54. On top of that, Shannon even admitted he was into race play with her, and fans are losing their minds over it. People are saying Shannon totally played himself and might have thrown away a fortune just for some risky, out-of-pocket behavior.
We didn't make it about race. Shannon Sharpe did when he started going to find 19-year-old girls and training them how to degrade him racially in the bedroom. When he continued a relationship with somebody that was talking about she wanted his black baby gravy and wanted him to put a big black baby in her. And that's just the text messages that he released. So I know it's some more nasty, weirdo stuff in there beyond that. That's what he felt safe to show us.
But hold up, it gets even crazier. This lawsuit dropped right when Shannon was about to secure a massive $100 million media bag. And not only that, just a few months back, word on the street was Shannon was planning a second Club Shay interview with Katt Williams. Now everybody's putting the pieces together, asking if this whole lawsuit is just a random coincidence, or if Shannon is getting shut down by some big industry players for giving Katt a platform. Folks want to know, what did Katt really say about Shannon crashing out? Did Katt try to warn him that the industry gatekeepers would flip his own issues against him?
Katt Williams said he left career-ending knockout blows out of his Club Shay Shay interview.
If you think about everything he said that were going to happen, it came true. And the fact that he's saying, I held back a little bit, he probably has stuff on people and he just used jabs instead of throwing that haymaker.
There's a possibility that you might hear the haymakers very, very soon.
But Shannon didn't want to hear any of it. Let's break it down real quick.
The liar knows what lie he told. You see what I'm saying? So even if I made it deceitful and I made you think that the answer is over here, but the answer is really over here, I'm still going to be looking over here. Me, the one that tricked, because I know this is the right answer.
This lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe just did a complete 180. And now it's looking like Katt Williams saw the whole disaster coming before anybody else. Katt even tried to tell Shannon months ago to keep his business tight, choose his crew wisely, and stop handing the powers that be a reason to take him out. But again, Shannon didn't listen. And now everything is playing out just like Katt said it would. But here's where it gets wild. If the people up top really wanted to set Shannon up, they barely had to do anything. Shannon practically handed them all the dirt himself. Just look at those wild text messages Shannon posted, showing his accuser talking about degrading him with race play. He put it all out there. We're talking about a 54-year-old man letting a 19-year-old white OnlyFans model turn him into some kind of bizarre fantasy. Fans aren't holding back. They're calling it straight-up perversion and a total lack of self-control. This is the kind of messy lifestyle the elites love to use against people once they stop following the unspoken rules. If you step out of line, they'll use your own secrets against you. Just to get everybody caught up, in case you missed all the details. On Sunday, April 20th, the story broke that a woman calling herself Jane Doe hit Shannon with a heavy lawsuit in Nevada. She's accusing him of seriously crossing the line multiple times during their relationship, which supposedly kicked off after they met at a gym in LA back in 2023.
Just in, the Texas attorney who targeted Sean Diddy Combs with dozens of civil lawsuits on behalf of John and Jane Does allegedly victimized by the music mogul has a new target in his sights. NFL legend Shannon Sharpe. A brand new lawsuit was just filed in Nevada claiming Sharpe was manipulative and eventually a Jane Doe, with the latest claims allegedly happening as recently as January.
And Jane Doe isn't just anybody. She's got Tony Busby representing her. That's the same high-profile lawyer from Houston who's been all over the news lately, filing a stack of lawsuits for people accusing Diddy, and he even tried to take on Jay-Z. Now he's bringing all that energy into the case against Shannon. Jane Doe says things got real dark, real quick during their short fling. She claims it started out all good and consensual, but then everything switched up fast. According to her, Shannon first met her in 2023 when he was 54 and she was just 19, and he started chasing her heavy until she finally said yes to dating. But once they started hanging out, Jane Doe says Shannon began treating her like she was just some object. She's accusing Shannon of all kinds of wild stuff, choking her, threatening her life, secretly filming their private moments and sharing them without her knowing, and even saying messed up things like wanting to do stuff to her so no other man would ever want her. The lawsuit also claims Shannon somehow managed to get into Jane Doe's apartment building without her permission or her even knowing about it. But that's not even the craziest part. Jane Doe tells a story about a time Shannon supposedly snapped on her, and while it was all going down, she says there was a gun right there in plain sight. The lawsuit says she was so scared for her safety that she tried to share her location with her friends from her iPhone just in case anything happened. But Shannon saw her trying to do it. The moment Shannon saw Jane Doe trying to share her location, she says he grabbed her by the neck and threatened her, saying, "If you ever do that again, I will effing kill you." After that, Jane Doe claims she tried to put some distance between herself and Shannon, especially after that viral IG Live slip-up last September when Shannon accidentally went live with another woman named Michelle. But Jane Doe says Shannon wasn't having it. He kept coming after her anyway. She claims that on October 6th, 2024, Shannon forced her to do something to him with her mouth while he held her down, and she was crying. She says the nightmare didn't end there. According to Jane Doe, Shannon raped her again after that, and then a third time during an incident that went down in January 2025. In the lawsuit, it says Shannon Sharpe isn't just a sports legend. He's got a whole different side. Jane Doe's legal team says they're coming for justice and want to stop this kind of behavior for good. She's demanding a jury trial and asking for a staggering $50 million in damages. When the lawsuit first dropped, Shannon wasted no time. He fired back right away with a statement from his lawyer, Lanny Davis, and posted it all over social media. In that statement, Shannon actually exposed Jane Doe's real name, saying she's Gabriela Zuniga, a woman who's already pretty famous online, especially on OnlyFans and Instagram, where she goes by She Is Carly. But this is where things get even messier. In his response, Shannon didn't just deny everything. He also brought out some wild text messages he claims came straight from Zuniga, and these messages were explicit. But here's the twist. Instead of helping Shannon, dropping those messages just made everything blow up even more. Fans were already roasting him for being with a 19-year-old at his age. But now, they're side-eyeing him even harder after seeing he's involved in race play too. In these texts that Zuniga allegedly sent, she said wild stuff like, "I want you to put a big black baby in me, and you better crave it, 'cause you're gonna be stuck with it for life." Shannon's lawyer, on the other hand, says this lawsuit is nothing but a straight-up cash grab, calling it a blatant and cynical attempt to shake down Mr. Sharpe for millions of dollars. Shannon's lawyer came out swinging, saying this whole lawsuit is packed with nothing but lies, twists, and straight-up misrepresentations, and they're confident it won't hold up in court. The statement even hinted that Tony Busby, the lawyer for Zuniga, is getting ready to drop a video of Shannon and Zuniga to make what Shannon says was a consensual situation look non-consensual. Shannon's clearly trying to take control of the story, claiming everything that happened between him and Zuniga was just two adults in a consensual relationship with role play, different languages, and fantasy scenarios that Zuniga herself supposedly wanted. Shannon's lawyer made it clear. Mr. Sharpe flat out denies any kind of force or wrongdoing, especially what he calls the huge lie of rape, and says he's not about to let anybody try to blackmail him. As for that audio clip Jane Doe dropped, Shannon's lawyers are saying Zuniga chopped it up, editing the recording to make him look way worse than he really was.
Everything I say, you're just gonna get mad at, and you're just gonna hang up on me, so I feel like...
I'm not gonna hang up on you. Here's what it is.
What does that even mean?
Nothing, Gabby. You want to be a to me now, so.
I don't want to be... Don't manipulate me.
Oh, Lord have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke out of you when I see you. Thank you.
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
At the same time, Shannon jumped online with a video of his own, calling the whole lawsuit a straight-up shakedown.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say
just like I always do. I love all you guys.
But after all that, things took an even wilder turn. Shannon's own lawyer had to admit that earlier this year, Shannon actually tried to pay Zuniga off with at least $10 million to make the whole mess disappear. So while Shannon is out here calling Zuniga a liar, at the same time he was trying to cut her a huge check just to drop everything. People are asking, if all the accusations are fake, why not just hit her with a defamation lawsuit right away instead of trying to pay her to stay quiet? And of course, Tony Busby jumped in fast, saying Shannon's attempt to silence his client just shows how scared he really is. Busby says Zuniga must have some serious receipts. Busby went straight to Instagram with it, saying, on one hand, Mr. Sharpe and his legal team claim Jane Doe's lawsuit has no merit. Yet, on the other hand, they're out here admitting Mr. Sharpe offered Jane Doe $10 million in writing not to file her lawsuit. That's a fact. Busby doubled down, making it clear Jane Doe really was offered $10 million to settle, but she said no and refused the money. Instead of taking the money, Jane Doe decided to go all in with the lawsuit. Now Shannon's team is scrambling. They're trying to discredit her, and even doxing her online. On top of that, they've started coming after Tony Busby too, just like everyone expected. But Busby fired right back, saying, we're not backing down from these scare tactics. And just when people thought this scandal couldn't get any wilder, new reports popped up claiming Katt Williams had warned Shannon plenty of times about his wild lifestyle and lack of control. Katt supposedly told Shannon that his own choices would come back to bite him, and that the higher-ups in the industry would use his mistakes to bring him down. Over the years, Shannon has always seemed to attract drama. Rumors have followed him everywhere, from people saying he's on the DL to whispers about him leaking his own private tapes just to kill off those rumors. But after Shannon gave the spotlight to outspoken folks like Katt Williams and Monique, both known for calling out the industry gatekeepers, it seems like the powers that be put a target on Shannon's back too. Katt Williams reportedly told Shannon over and over, clean up your act or it'll catch up with you. But Shannon didn't want to listen, and now it looks like everything's catching up to him. With his messy situation involving a 19-year-old OnlyFans model and the whole race play drama, the higher-ups barely had to do anything. Shannon handed them the ammo himself. That's exactly why a lot of fans don't have much sympathy for Shannon right now. People are saying he should have listened to Katt's advice and stayed far away from OnlyFans models and the whole shady Hollywood scene. Unlike Katt, who keeps his business low-key, minds his own, and never gets caught up in those wild industry parties, Shannon was out here acting reckless, pushing 60 and still making these moves. Fans are saying, even if Shannon didn't do anything illegal and the industry just wanted to set him up, he still gave them plenty to work with. Nobody made him get with a 19-year-old at his age or get caught up in race play. So even if there was a setup, Shannon set himself up by showing no discipline or moral. One fan put it straight up, the more that comes out about Shannon Sharpe, the more I'm looking at him sideways. Dude is a weirdo messing with a 19-year-old at 54 and into that race play stuff. Even award-winning journalist Ernest Owens had something to say. He went on record and wrote, a 54-year-old black man was engaging in race play with a 19-year-old white girl. That comment had the internet buzzing, and another person said, Shannon Sharpe keeps proving Katt Williams right every single time. That's wild. But what do you think about all this? Is Shannon Sharpe really getting hit by the higher-ups just for putting people like Katt Williams on his platform? Or did he just mess up his own bag by acting reckless and having no self-control? Let me know your take in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video. And tap in for the next one. You don't want to miss what's coming.
The number one job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is? What? Is to act like it didn't happen.
Club Shay is getting messier and messier. It's almost like Wendy Williams didn't go anywhere. She just got a weight set.
You think he's a zest monster?
I definitely think he's bisexual.
Why do you think that? Just because his pants fit weird or whatever? That one meme?
His mannerisms. His mannerisms, and you know, I think he's bisexual.
With a black girl, he probably would have paid child support. There's a lot of things that it would have been easier. I'm just gonna say it.
DL Hughley just pulled up and dropped a bombshell. He's calling out Shannon Sharpe for getting caught up in some deep industry drama. Word is, Shannon's in serious trouble after allegedly selling out to some powerful gatekeepers. And now it's all crashing down on him. People in the streets are saying he made some kind of secret deal to boost his career, but it came with a heavy price. There's no free lunch in Hollywood, right? And now that the gatekeepers are circling back, Shannon reportedly couldn't deliver what he promised. That's when things got messy. And here's the wild part. This might just be the tip of the iceberg. Insiders are whispering about a group of women lining up with lawsuits, and the claims they're making are next level. These aren't just minor accusations. They could seriously shake things up if they come out. So now the big question is, what exactly does DL Hughley know about what's really going down behind the scenes? And is it true that Shannon's being blackmailed by people who once had his back? Let's break it all down.
I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so.
DL Hughley's been sounding the alarm on Shannon Sharpe for a minute now, accusing him of selling out and rolling with some real shady folks. But Shannon, he brushed it off and kept it moving until things started getting ugly. As soon as the lawsuits hit the internet and the mess started going viral, DL came swinging. He wasted no time dragging Shannon all over Twitter, even throwing shade like, Shannon better be glad Shannon ain't interviewing Shannon on Club Shay. Fans were split. Some thought DL was going too hard, especially while Shannon's in the middle of all this legal drama.
Initially, I was going to do it, and it kept my schedule. It just didn't work out, but I'm glad I didn't. I thought it got to be too messy, and I said it out loud. I think for a while, Club Shay was like Wendy Williams with a weight set. Like, damn, this dude. I mean, it was messy. The reason that those people went on Club Shay in its first iteration before it became successful, it's because we saw what he did, and the reason I was going to go on is because we saw what Skip did to him. I said any number of things about the way Skip sunned him.
Is that when he said, put your glasses back on or something like that?
That was so horrible to me.
But here's the thing. DL's been locked in on Shannon for years. This ain't new for him. He's been calling out Shannon for turning Club Shay into a circus where other black men get ripped apart just for views.
That I think a lot of people were determined to help this black man be successful because of what had happened. Mm-hmm. And to kind of curate all that and have that place that they worked so hard for you to have, so you would have your own space, be just an amalgamation and curate all the bull that is happening in our community seemed insulting.
Right. And we're talking about, man, some of the same people that rallied around him to make sure
all
he was good.
DL even clowned Shannon, calling him Wendy Williams with a weight set, claiming that Shannon cares more about viral moments than the actual truth. DL didn't hold back in that Vlad TV interview either. He made it clear he would never step foot on Shannon's show. He said the drama, gossip, and beefs Shannon lets his guests stir up are way too messy, and he's not with it. DL thinks Shannon's been using his platform to tear down people for entertainment, and now it looks like that same platform might be turning on him. DL Hughley was clearly throwing shots at that Club Shay interview with Katt Williams, the one that's exploded past 90 million views and is now one of the most watched podcast interviews ever on YouTube. Katt didn't come to play. He lit up almost every big-name comedian in the game, from Steve Harvey to Cedric the Entertainer and even Kevin Hart. Katt was on full blast mode, and while he didn't diss DL Hughley directly, that didn't stop DL from going after both Katt and Shannon for even doing that kind of interview. What's wild is, during the interview, Katt actually tried to warn Shannon about keeping the wrong people in his circle. People thought Katt was being funny when he said Shannon had a strange loyalty to losers, but he was dead serious. A lot of folks missed the deeper message Katt was putting out there. He was dropping hints about Shannon's secret ties to some high-powered industry players, the kind of people who pull strings behind the scenes. According to Katt, Shannon might have traded something real to get that spotlight. Throughout the whole interview, Katt kept circling back to one idea. It's dangerous to sell your soul to the devil by the devil. He was talking about the gatekeepers, the big bosses in the industry who decide who rises and who gets cut off. Katt even pointed the finger at Kevin Hart, saying Kevin's success wasn't by chance, and that the deals were already lined up before he ever blew up. People are now revisiting that interview and pointing out how Katt seemed to know way too much about Shannon's private life. He even hinted that Shannon had some unusual tastes and warned him about It almost feels like Katt saw the storm coming before anyone else did. Now, if Shannon had actually listened to those warnings, he might not be in this mess today. As of now, he's knee-deep in a $50 million lawsuit filed by a woman named Gabriela Zuniga, also known as Gabby, and it's ugly. In the legal docs, Gabby accuses Shannon of being controlling, manipulative, and even violent. She claims things escalated after his Instagram Live drama last year. When she tried to walk away, Shannon allegedly showed up at her place and forced himself on her. Then in January, she says he did it again, this time after convincing her to let him over. According to the lawsuit, he refused to wear protection and crossed serious boundaries, even after she told him no. What's got folks extra disturbed about this whole case? The fact that Gabby was just 19 when she started dating Shannon, while he was in his mid-50s. That major age gap alone raised eyebrows, but the situation gets even more uncomfortable from there. Word is, their relationship involves some wild behavior, including race play and BDSM. And here's where things took a turn. Shannon's own lawyer allegedly leaked explicit text messages between him and Gabby, and they paint a jaw-dropping picture. In one message, Gabby reportedly told Shannon, "I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're effing me." In another, she said, "I know you missed this big juicy behind $25,000 for each cheek only."
I don't know. Anything I say, you're just gonna like get mad at and you're just gonna hang up on me. So I feel like
I'm not gonna hang up on you. Here's what it is.
What does that even mean?
Nothing, Gabby. You want to be a dick to me now, so.
I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me.
Oh, Lord have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the shit out of you when I see you.
I don't.
You know what?
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
The content in those messages is graphic, wild, and now part of public court drama, adding another layer of shock to an already explosive lawsuit. Shannon's not backing down. He's standing 10 toes down on his innocence and says he's ready to battle these claims head-on in court. He's banking on the legal process to clear his name and says the truth will come out once all the facts hit the table. He clapped back at the lawsuit, calling it nothing more than a straight-up shakedown. According to Shannon, Gabby and her lawyer, Tony Busby, are just chasing a big payday, and he's not letting them run off with his bag without a fight. If I were Shannon Sharpe right now, I'd be looking over my shoulder asking, who can I even trust? Who's really in my corner? And who's just waiting to flip on me? Because it's looking like folks are pulling out receipts, fake friends, and wild claims from every direction, all trying to take this man down. It's that classic when it rains, it pours situation. Just a minute ago, Shannon was riding high, everybody calling him Unc, showing love. Now, it's like the floodgates opened, and suddenly people got nothing but dirt to throw on his name. Shannon Sharpe isn't married, and that little detail became a major talking point when comedian Corey Holcomb brought him up on his show. Now, Corey's known for being raw and unfiltered, but he took things way further a few months later when he popped up on Cam Newton's podcast and dropped some wild claims. Corey claims Shannon was mad at him because he's been saying for a while that Shannon is an undercover homosexual man.
Let's just cut the bull. When Shannon got out that motherfucking SUV in them stretch pants, he got, you go get some wine. Hey, stop. We saw all we need to see.
That statement stirred the pot big time, especially since Shannon's always kept his personal life real private. Then boom! Just a few months later, everything went off the rails. On April 20th, A woman came forward accusing Shannon of assault, and just 4 days after that, on April 24th, Shannon made headlines again when he announced he'd be stepping away from ESPN for now, with plans to return this summer.
Mr. Shannon Sharpe, who announced yesterday that he would be stepping away from ESPN and ESPN's First Take, my daytime job, at least until the NFL preseason sometime later on this summer.
But let's be real, people aren't buying it. A lot of fans are already saying that comeback might not happen at all. The timing is just too suspicious, and folks are starting to wonder if there's even more going on behind the scenes. And just when things couldn't get messier, here comes more drama. Whack 100 and Tasha K are now jumping into the mix. And if you know Tasha K, then you already know people got all kinds of opinions about her. Whack 100 pulled up to the No Jumper podcast and stirred the pot again, this time claiming he's got reason to believe Shannon Sharpe is bisexual.
I believe right now Shannon should I gave this advice to Puffy, he didn't take it. Shannon should just step out with his boyfriend and let people know I'm bisexual, but this is who I'm with. And every now and then I experience my wild side.
You think he's a zest monster?
I definitely think he's bisexual.
Why do you think that? Just because his pants fit weird or whatever? That one meme?
His mannerisms. And I think he's bisexual.
Not only that, but Wax says he's got video proof to back it up. Or at least that's how he made it sound. Then he dropped audio of Shannon saying something during his own show that had the internet spinning. According to Whack and Tasha K, it sounded like Shannon let something slip, a real Freudian slip moment that supposedly revealed who he's really into. Shannon Sharpe's legal drama isn't just wrecking his image, it's messing with his money too. Behind the scenes, several major sponsors are reportedly backing all the way off. Brands that once lined up to be attached to Club Shay are now hitting pause or cutting ties completely. When the scandals hit this hard, sponsors don't wait for a verdict. They run for cover. And Shannon's seeing firsthand what happens when the brand becomes too hot to handle. These brands don't want to get caught in the storm. They're protecting their image, and that means leaving Shannon in the dust until the smoke clears.
So DraftKings is on that other side of the fence now, right? Let me also go into, and this is what I actually was initially watching. If you look at Chad Ochocinco's background, he now has the Boost Mobile logo covered up with the jersey.
Public opinion is shifting, and companies don't like controversy unless they can profit from it. And this time, the risk is way too high. Mace didn't hold back on his podcast when he weighed in on Shannon Sharpe's situation. And let's just say, he came with a real opinion. According to Mace, this entire mess could have been avoided if Shannon had kept it real and stayed with a woman from the hood.
With a black girl, he probably would have paid child support. There's a lot of things that it would have been easier. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not for this, but it would have been easier with a black girl if let's say she was from the projects. Her name was LaTanya. He wouldn't have been paying what he's paying. I just know that much.
Shannon lost touch with real ones. Mace said if Shannon had been dealing with a woman who grew up rough, like someone from the projects, he wouldn't be in this kind of trouble. Mace argued that women from the trenches know how to move. They don't play victim and flip the script when things go sideways. They know how to handle heat without going full courtroom. Mace's message was loud and clear. This ain't about love, it's about choices. And Shannon chose wrong. Now, Mace could have just been messing around. But it's pretty interesting that he said that. Even Stephen A. Smith, who had no problem publicly backing Jay-Z when he got hit with that lawsuit alongside Diddy, is now looking like he's slowly backing away from Shannon too.
That being said, it's important to point out a couple of things. Number one, I was not there. I can provide no eyewitness account. And even though I got love and respect for Shannon Sharpe, and I'm sincerely hopeful and prayerful that he is completely innocent of the allegations that have been levied against him, I can't sit here and speak to his innocence or guilt from a knowledgeable place because I have nothing to do with this. I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything. I don't even know this person. I know what the reports say.
If you're paying attention, the writing's already on the wall. Either the case against Shannon is stacked with heavy receipts, or there's some real puppet master activity going on behind the scenes, trying to make sure he loses everything. So what do you think? Is Shannon being set up by powerful people trying to silence him, or is this just a storm he brought on himself? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Make sure to like, subscribe, share, and tap that bell so you don't miss the next deep dive. We'll catch you on the next one.
It could turn criminal really fast. They're just using a civil suit to knock down a lot of your money. I'm seeing this happen with a lot of rappers, a lot of athletes, and people are not paying attention to that.
He wouldn't take no for an answer, so he overpowered me, put me to my knees, put his pee in my mouth.
It must be targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of this tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine.
Looks like this whole Shannon Sharpe drama just got way messier than anyone expected. Mace just jumped into the convo, and he's convinced Shannon's not just in legal hot water, he's headed straight to jail. Mace is saying this civil lawsuit, it's just the warm-up. He claims it's all part of a strategy to drain Shannon's bank account, so when the real criminal case hits, he won't have enough cash left for top-tier lawyers. And honestly, Mace might not be wrong, because now, even more people are stepping forward with fresh accusations, and every single one sounds worse than the last. Things are spiraling fast, and it's starting to look like Shannon could lose everything he built. His ESPN bag, the podcast fame, his TV appearances, all of it gone in a blink. Even the nickname Unk, that might vanish too if this keeps going. But the real question is this a setup? Or is there more to the story than we ever knew? Where are all these new alleged victims suddenly coming from? This whole thing is getting real wild.
You're picking me now, so.
I don't want to be, don't manipulate me.
Oh, Lord have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the shit on you when I see you.
Everybody's been throwing in their opinions on this Shannon Sharpe mess. Some folks are riding for him, but plenty of others are ready to see him fall. But if you ask Mace, he says the real threat ain't even this lawsuit. It's something way bigger brewing behind the scenes. On a recent episode of It Is What It Is with Cameron, Mace went off. He didn't sugarcoat anything. First thing out of his mouth was, why did nobody tell Shannon that trying to throw $10 million at his accuser was a horrible move?
For him to offer $10 million says that there might be some truth to this, because I'm not offering nobody no $10 million if I know I didn't do anything. And I think the only reason that $10 million didn't work, Killer, I want to know how you feel about this. I think the $10 million didn't work because the pimp need his cut. You know, just allegedly. I'm not saying there is a pimp, right? Let me give you. It's just an idea. This is just an idea, right?
Like seriously, offering that kind of money after getting accused? That don't make you look innocent. It makes you look guilty as hell. No way around it. But Mace didn't stop there. He threw in a twist that sounded funny at first, but when you sit with it, it's kinda unsettling. Mace pointed out that Shannon's accuser still decided to take him to court, even after being offered all that money. And yeah, that's kinda sus.
Right there, for real? Yeah, that for a lot of money. You know how guys be, and they pushed her on her, and then she said 10. And he was like, 10 is my 10. You gotta put in your number for yourself. That don't have nothing to do with mine. 10 is mine. That's what we discussed. I'm just telling you.
Why turn down a bag that big unless you got something way more serious to prove? So here's the backstory. Court docs list the accuser as Jane Doe, but online sleuths wasted no time and quickly figured out her real identity, Gabriela Zuniga, a 21-year-old OnlyFans model who goes by Gabby. And what she's saying, it's serious. Gabby claims she met Shannon at a gym in LA when she was just 19, while he was around 54. That age gap alone had people talking. But it's what came next that's got the internet in shock. Gabby says Shannon chased her down, and they eventually got into a relationship, but it wasn't romantic. According to her, Shannon was controlling, constantly tracking her, and expected her to be at his beck and call 24/7. But it didn't stop there. It got even darker. According to the court documents, things spiraled after Shannon was involved in that wild scandal last year. Remember when he accidentally went live on Instagram while in bed with another woman? Gabby says she was beyond humiliated and decided to end things right then. But Shannon wouldn't back off. She claims he sweet-talked her into letting him come over to talk. But once he got there, things allegedly turned violent. And she says he forced himself on her. Gabby says the situation didn't stop even after she begged Shannon to leave her alone. According to her, things got way worse. In January 2025, Shannon allegedly popped up at her place again, claiming he wanted to drop off some gifts. But once he got inside, she says he forced himself on her again. This time, she says it was even more disturbing. Not only did he ignore her repeated pleas for him to use protection, but she also claims he crossed serious boundaries without any consent. According to her, he did things she clearly said no to, and she was left completely devastated. After that incident, she reportedly sent him a heartbreaking text message that read, "But I cried when you left because I begged you to put A on and not put it in my A-hole, and you didn't listen. I don't care what our history is. No means no." That message is now making rounds and adding even more weight to her claims. But here's where it takes another wild turn. After the lawsuit dropped, Shannon's legal team clapped back by leaking messages Gabby allegedly sent him. One of the texts from October 7th, 2023 said, "I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're effing me." And another message dated January 1st, 2025, just days before the second alleged encounter, said, "I know you missed this big juicy behind. $25,000 for each cheat?" Honestly, no one's really sure what Shannon's legal team was thinking by putting these messages out there. It ended up making him look even worse. And just when people thought it couldn't get any crazier, Gabby's lawyer, Tony Busby, dropped another bomb. He released audio recordings that allegedly caught Shannon threatening Gabby. In one of the clips, Shannon can reportedly be heard saying he's gonna choke her out, and makes it clear she doesn't have a say in it.
I don't know. Anything I say, you're just gonna like get mad at and you're just gonna hang up on me. So I feel like
I'm not gonna hang up on you. It is what it is.
What does that even mean?
Nothing yet. You want to be a me now, so.
I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me.
Oh, Lord have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the shit out of you when I see you.
I don't.
You know what?
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
But here's where it gets twisty. Now there's talk going around that those recordings might have been edited to make Shannon look worse than he really was. People are starting to believe this whole case might go way deeper than just a messed up relationship between Shannon and Gabby. And that's exactly why Mace said the $10 million offer being turned down didn't sit right with him. Let's be real. $10 million isn't a small bag. In cases like this, it's often hard to prove anything, and public opinion can flip fast, especially when it involves a young OF model going against a wealthy, famous man. It's easy for people to paint her as someone chasing clout and cash. But Mace suggested she didn't walk away from that money on her own. He believes there are other players behind the scenes, people who wanted their cut too, and didn't want that quick settlement shutting things down. And get this, he even said all this chaos popped off right when Shannon was about to lock in a massive $100 million podcast deal. If that's true, then this isn't just scandal, it's power, money, and major moves being made in the shadows. Mace might have said it with a laugh, but people in the comments started taking it real serious. Like, Is Shannon being set up for real?
You know, when you about to get a bunch of money, people that hate on you just wait until you about to get that money and rain on your parade, but we can't say that. And that's why I wanted to say it, to get Stats' opinion. I knew when I said that she was gonna go, yeah. No, you can't be on your way to 100 million. I keep telling Killer, right? And niggas picking these kind of girls. You can't do that. We talked about this with Ant-Man. We talked about this with several players. You just can't do that. You about to get 100 million. You can't throw it away for an IG model. Is she an IG model?
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. How does that work?
She got her separate account and she do her thing on there, and people.
But Mace didn't stop there. He said Shannon may have walked right into a trap that snared plenty of powerful men before him. Once the first accusation hits, it's not just about the drama, it's about how fast the money starts flying out the door. According to Mace, this first lawsuit, it's just the bait. The real goal is to drain Shannon's cash and throw him off balance before the real case even starts.
We also got to start paying attention, fellas, when they're telling you it's a civil suit. Don't feel like that's just a civil suit. If it's civil suit, but it's something criminal, it could turn criminal really fast. They're just using a civil suit to knock down a lot of your money. I'm seeing this happen with a lot of rappers, a lot of athletes, and people are not paying attention to that. Another way that people are just green to the streets, you know, that's just one entity trying to walk away some of your money, so that when they double back and say, well, this was you did this over here, because 9 times out of 10, if one girl say something, then somebody else gonna come say something, because they're like, people are getting paid, and people are getting paid for nothing. And I really got some issues, or they may really have a text or really have a message, and it's like, I don't know what to do or what to tell fellas now.
As soon as Shannon's name started trending over the lawsuit, online investigators started combing through his past, looking for anything that could explain his alleged behavior. And trust, what they found was wild. One bombshell that resurfaced from Shannon's ex, Michelle Evans. Turns out she had filed for a restraining order against him back in 2023 and later sued him for defamation. Now folks are putting the pieces together and realizing this ain't just about one lawsuit or one woman. These stories are starting to stack up, and each one adds more heat to Shannon's already explosive situation. In the lawsuit, Michelle Evans, Shannon's ex, dropped some disturbing claims. She said they had been in a relationship for nearly 10 years, but it all came crashing down in September 2010 after a heated fight. According to Michelle, the argument started because she called him out for allegedly cheating. But then things took a terrifying turn. Michelle claimed that during the fight, Shannon got violent, forcing her to perform something intimate against her will.
He wouldn't take no for an answer, so he overpowered me, put me to my knees, put his penis in my mouth.
After that, she says he pushed her onto the bed and assaulted her while allegedly saying, "I'll make it so no other man will want you." That line hit hard, because Gabby in her lawsuit says Shannon told her the exact same thing years later. Gabby said in October 2024, after she tried to cut ties, Shannon showed up to her place and allegedly forced her into a similar act. She claimed he told her, "You've disrespected me so much. I'm going to punish this a-hole. I'm going to make it so no man will want you again." Then she says he violated her from behind. And while doing it, he allegedly said, "Look at my arm. I've got chills. That's how good this is." Gabby said she was crying the entire time, sobbing uncontrollably. And Michelle? She claimed that after everything, Shannon became even more violent, like the attack had flipped a switch in him.
Behaving, and I could see it wasn't going to go away, and he said he was going to destroy me and he was going to kill me, and he told me he was watching me and all that. I just went and got a protective order.
These stories lining up like this, it's got people wondering if there's a pattern here that's only now starting to come to light. Michelle claimed that after the alleged assault, Shannon started threatening to ruin her if she ever spoke up. It didn't stop there. She said he began calling her over and over, making threats, and even stalking her. He'd constantly remind her that he was watching her, which pushed her to finally file for a restraining order just to feel safe. When this lawsuit came back into the spotlight, Shannon's camp didn't waste any time. They fired back at Michelle, claiming she was just jumping on the Shannon hate train to get a payout. His team called her case old news, full of fanciful exaggerations and blatant misrepresentation of facts. They said it had zero merit and insisted Shannon did absolutely nothing wrong.
Why didn't you file a police report when he raped you?
Because I was scared for my life. He said he would use it. Everybody he knows, and he knows lots of police officers.
Same story with Gabby. He denied everything and claimed her entire lawsuit was just a straight-up shakedown. But here's the thing. People are still talking. And the way this story keeps unraveling, it looks like Shannon's finally realizing just how deep this thing might go. With multiple allegations resurfacing and the public eye locked in, there's a real chance he could be facing some serious consequences, maybe even jail time. So what do you think? Is Shannon going to be held accountable for all this? Or is this just another scandal that'll fade out in a few weeks? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and tap that notification bell so you don't miss any of these explosive updates. Catch you on the next one.
Shannon Sharpe says he's temporarily stepping away from ESPN in the wake of a $50 million lawsuit accusing him of rape. A woman filed suit against Sharpe on Sunday, accusing him of raping her twice.
Regular routine was that Shannon, then they would.
Why was that relevant?
The whispers started off soft, barely there, like a drizzle before a storm. But within days, the gossip exploded into a full-on media flood. Shannon Sharpe, the Hall of Famer turned media powerhouse, had straight up vanished. Or at least, that's how it looked. And the timing? Way too sketchy. Just as cracks were starting to show in his polished image, boom, he disappears. This wasn't just any scandal. It was the kind of meltdown that keeps popping up in headlines for months. The kind that grabs you by the throat and won't let go. Some folks said he dipped on purpose, playing it smart. But others? They were tossing out wild theories, saying stuff like, he's running from something, or he's laying low before a major showdown. $10 million.
10 million in a day. And counting, still going up.
That's how deep the drama went after Shannon Sharpe's sudden vanishing act. The buzz got louder with each new accusation, each one wilder than the last. And right in the middle, Gabriella Zuniga, an OnlyFans model, dropping a lawsuit that read like a wild gossip column. She threw out serious claims, emotional games, secret recordings, even threats. But the jaw-dropper, she said Sharpe's private life went way off the rails, way past what most people would ever think is okay. This wasn't just messy, it was reputation-shattering. What really had folks talking was the age gap. Sharpe was 54, and Zuniga, just 19 when they supposedly crossed paths. That alone set off alarms. People were quick to call it out, some even saying it felt straight-up predatory.
On Easter Sunday, a lawsuit was filed in state court in Nevada against Hall of Fame tight end Shannon Sharpe because he has become such a massive media star, especially in the past few years. The lawsuit is going to attract.
She was younger than his own kids. The power difference was way too real, and it pushed the scandal into even darker territory. This wasn't just about drama. It was about serious questions, like, what kind of grown man goes after someone barely out of high school while being a public figure with serious clout? And worse, what happens when that kind of setup falls apart? Then came the leaked messages, and things got real weird, real fast. Their alleged convos showed some seriously disturbing stuff, with racially charged role play that had people both shocked and glued to their screens. The wild part? Sharpe himself dropped the messages, trying to prove it was all mutual.
That it's a claim against someone alleging that some rights were violated, and in most cases what's sought is compensation in the form of damages to make up for whatever it is the person did. And there are all sorts of civil lawsuits, car accidents, defamation. We hear about that a lot because people get sued about things that are said about them in media.
But Zuniga's text had lines that were straight up unsettling. Some folks couldn't believe what they were reading. It left everyone asking, was this just two grown adults pushing boundaries? Or was something darker hiding underneath? And the biggest question, why would Sharpe, a man who built his whole career on public respect, risk it all by being tied to something this explosive? Just when it couldn't get messier, the streets started buzzing. This might only be the beginning. Word was, more claims were loading up, and Zuniga's lawsuit might have opened the floodgates. Insiders were saying Sharpe's private life was way messier than anyone thought. For someone who spent years selling realness and being relatable, fans felt blindsided. The gap between the man they admired and the man behind closed doors.
But a lot of the stuff he was saying, because I don't live in that world. People think because, oh, Shannon, you live in Hollywood, you have that. You must have heard. You must have been. No, bro.
Too big to ignore. People couldn't stop talking. Critics were tearing into him. And even loyal fans were left asking, who really is Shannon Sharpe? This scandal didn't just call out Sharpe's personal life, it put his career choices under the microscope too. How could a man so sharp with business moves make decisions that now looked reckless as hell? And what made him chase a relationship that screamed trouble from the jump? If there were real answers, they were buried deep behind legal talk and polished PR statements. But one thing hit hard. Fans realized the Shannon Sharpe they thought they knew was gone. In his place, a way more complicated and honestly, way more troubling version of the man they once respected. The timing couldn't have been worse. Sharpe was riding high. His post-NFL career was booming. From dominating the field to owning the screen, he'd built a name as a slick-talking, fan-favorite host. His podcast, Club Shay, was on fire, pulling in millions and locking in top-tier guests. But just as his empire hit its peak, Zuniga's lawsuit dropped like a bomb. And it wasn't just her claims, it was the ripple effect. More accusations, leaked texts, talk of more lawsuits. It was all spiraling fast. Fans were scrambling to make sense of it all, and each new detail only made things darker. Through it all, Sharpe kept quiet, only dropping stiff, PR-polished statements claiming he was the one being targeted.
Like the Deshaun Watson cases where there were 20-plus plaintiffs and they weren't really sure who the people were who were making the claims. In this case, Shannon Sharpe knows exactly who it is because there had been, and it's clear from the statement issued by his lawyer, Lanny Davis, there had been some pre-litigation efforts to try to resolve.
But to a lot of people, those words didn't land. The silence, the damage, the mess, it all clashed with the image he'd spent years selling. Just when folks thought it couldn't get wilder, boom! A whole new twist popped up, ready to take the scandal to another level. This wasn't just about lawsuits anymore. It was about the warnings Sharpe ignored. One name kept surfacing like a ghost in the background. Katt Williams. The no-filter comedian with a history of calling out the chaos before it hits. Turns out, Katt had already warned Sharpe in an old interview, calling out his lifestyle choices loud and clear. Now that clip was making waves all over again, and people couldn't stop replaying it. Did Katt see this mess coming from the jump? And if he did, what else is he sitting on? Just like that, the internet locked in on a moment most had brushed off until now. A moment that once felt like casual banter was suddenly hitting way too real. Months earlier, Katt Williams had sat face-to-face with Shannon Sharpe on Club Shay. What seemed like wild, over-the-top talk was now being picked apart like a warning wrapped in jokes. That clip, it blew up, flooding timelines, sparking debates, running on every news segment, and in the middle of Katt's usual raw humor and sharp jabs were lines that now felt way too close to Sharpe's current chaos. Folks weren't laughing anymore. They were realizing he might have been dropping truth the whole time. The irony felt straight out of a movie.
You decide whether or not you believe him. Was it tough hearing some of the things that he was saying? Yes, because I have a personal relationship with Earthquake. I've had Steve Harvey on the show.
There was Katt, kicked back in his chair, dropping what sounded like a mix of jokes and low-key warnings. He talked about power games, how fame can trap you, and, most controversially, the risks that come with certain interracial relationships. Back then, it all sounded exaggerated. But now, those lines hit like a countdown that finally hit 0. And Sharpe's face during that moment, man, you could see it. He laughed, but it was nervous, shifting around, clearly uneasy, trying to switch topics. But Katt, he wasn't letting up. He kept pushing, sharp and steady, like he'd seen this whole thing play out before. Here's where it really starts to unravel. Word is, during that interview with Katt, Sharpe was already caught up in the exact kind of situation being warned about. The timing? Brutal. Katt was laying out how fast things can fall apart when lines get crossed, and Sharpe just sat there, already in deep, pretending like nothing was happening. Did he really think his public image was untouchable? Or was it something else? Maybe it was ego? Maybe denial? That dangerous mix that makes even the smartest dudes think they're untouchable until everything crashes down. Nobody was buying Sharpe's "I'm the victim" act, especially not after Katt's words came back into play. The heat was rising fast, and folks weren't just blaming him. They were digging deep. Every comment Sharpe made on TV, every tweet, every post.
Clause, I'm taking him at his word because I wouldn't know that. Nobody has ever heard that before. I'm thinking that's truth because he's on the...
Nothing was safe. And then came the receipts. And they hit hard. That awkward Instagram Live moment, back in circulation. The leaked texts, exposed, audio clips spreading like wildfire. Each piece added fuel to the fire, painting a clear picture. Katt hadn't just guessed right. Sharpe had been walking this risky line way longer than anyone had thought. Here's the wild twist. The part that had everyone talking. While Sharpe was out here scrambling to clear his name, Katt Williams was chilling. The same dude folks used to label as too wild or off the rails was now being praised as the one who told the truth from jump. His old interviews, blowing up with brand new respect. People couldn't wait to hear what he'd drop next. It was a full flip. Sharpe, the polished media darling, was catching all the heat. Meanwhile, Katt, the so-called outsider, was looking like the one who saw it all before it even happened. Katt Williams wasn't just soaking up the spotlight, he was owning it, loud and clear. In interviews and posts, he leaned all the way into his role as the guy who sees straight through the Hollywood smoke show. There was something powerful about how he spoke, mixing sharp comedy with dead-on truth. This wasn't luck. Katt had lived the grime of fame, seen it chew people up, and somehow walked out standing. In one clip that went viral fast, he said, "When you've been in the lion's den long enough, you start recognizing who's wearing fake fur." And that's what hit. He spotted the Sharpe mess way before the rest of us did. And he wasn't stopping there. Katt's truth bombs weren't just about Sharpe. For years, Katt had been dropping clues, warning anyone who'd listen about the dark side of fame. From shady deals to toxic relationships, he'd been calling out the game while most stayed quiet or played along. Back then, people brushed him off like he was just trying to stay in the spotlight. But now, after this Sharpe chaos, folks were starting to listen. Old interviews were resurfacing, and suddenly, everything he said was making way too much sense. Katt wasn't just the funny guy anymore. He was getting seen as a whistleblower.
Alrighty, y'all. So the Shannon Sharpe ESPN, does he still keep his job conversation is beginning to, I was going to say beginning to happen, but it's been happening, but I think now it's beginning to get louder because of different things that Attorney Busby has released, including the audios. So right now the conversation is, why is Shannon Sharpe still able to be
someone who'd been trying to expose the truth long before the world wanted to face it? What made it all hit harder was how Katt handled the spotlight. No gloating, no victim act. He stayed in his lane, the unfiltered outsider who always spoke his truth, no matter who was listening. And that's why his words hit different. He wasn't guarding some squeaky clean image. Katt had nothing to lose, and that made him a real threat, the kind that makes the system nervous. He wasn't just calling things out, he was daring them to come at him, fully loaded with receipts. Then came the cash twist. That Club Shay episode, it was a monster hit. millions of views, and a massive payday for Sharpe. The same interview now seen as a warning shot about his own downfall. Folks were calling it poetic justice, like the universe serving Sharpe his own mess with a side of irony. But it raised questions too. Was any of this planned? Did Sharpe know he was walking into fire? And why bring Katt, Mr. No Filter, into the mix if he had skeletons hiding? But Katt Williams wasn't done. Not even close. After the scandal exploded, he started dropping cryptic hints about a possible follow-up interview. Said he still had haymakers left to throw, and the internet lost it. People were asking, what else does he know? Why wait? Some said he was just hyping himself up, keeping the spotlight lit. Others felt it was personal, like he was getting ready to back up everything he'd already put out there times 10. Meanwhile, those leaked audio clips of Sharpe and Gabriela Zuniga, they were getting picked apart, second by second. Every pause, every tone, analyzed like evidence in a courtroom. These weren't just chill convos. They were packed with tension, raising way more questions than answers.
Are now beginning to bring up past things that have happened with Shannon Sharpe, including a temporary restraining order that was filed against him back in 2010 from a woman that he was dealing with at the time who accused him of sexual assault. He said in different things. Now, this was dropped. It was dismissed, that restraining.
Was it all just part of some role play like Sharpe's team claimed? Or was something darker buried in those tapes? Whatever it was, one thing was clear. Those recordings were not helping Sharpe's case at all. And then, just when it felt like the drama couldn't twist any further, boom! New whispers hit the scene. More names started floating around. Folks who might have seen, heard, or been part of the mess. Was this some organized takedown like Sharpe's defenders claimed? Or was it just his private chaos finally spilling out in public for everyone to see? Either way, things were getting real unpredictable. At this point, it wasn't even about what already happened. It was about what's coming next. Because if the last few weeks showed anything, this saga was far from done. Too many unknowns. Too many folks in the background, maybe with stories of their own. And now, the spotlight's still burning, and Sharpe's whole polished image shattered. And the wreckage just getting started. So what's your take? Did Katt Williams really call this whole thing before it blew up? Or was it just wild timing? And Sharpe, you think he's got a shot at bouncing back? Or is this the end of the road? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We want to hear everything. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if you're feeling the heat from this one. Hit that bell so you don't miss what's coming next. Because this saga, it's far from over. Catch you in the next one.
The problems that people have with me, they aren't my problems. So the idea of being petty or going back and forth, it's so beneath me because I don't have the problem. And
why do white people pay so much attention to black people if they don't like them? You would think if you didn't like something, why would you be paying attention to it?
Some people that I've kind of helped behind the scenes, and to see them attack, oh, I wouldn't have let him do this, I wouldn't have said that.
Kevin Hart might be Hollywood's top comedy boss, but behind that big cheesy grin and those cringy workout videos on Instagram, there's some real shady stuff going down. Now guess who's in the middle of the chaos? Shannon Sharpe. And this ain't just some petty celebrity back and forth. This looks like a full-blown power move unfolding right before our eyes.
Dave Chappelle, another great comedian, said that, in the industry, they tried to make him wear a dress. Have you ever ran into that with scripts? And is that something that, you wouldn't do, for...
I definitely haven't ran into to put on the dress. I mean, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. For me, I know what they are.
Shannon just fumbled a $100 million deal, got slammed with one of the nastiest lawsuits of the year, and is being accused of wild behavior by a 19-year-old OnlyFans model. But here's the twist. Katt Williams just stepped into the mix. and he's pointing fingers straight at Kevin Hart.
They've yet to been challenged, so, you know, I don't have to speak on them. I was asked to dribble a basketball on the talk show this morning.
You look good
no to that. Not that was a dress, but I was like, no, I'm going to look stupid. You know, at the end of the day, you got to know that you're a brand.
He said exactly what a lot of people been whispering. This whole mess wasn't no accident. It was a setup. And once you hear the receipts, it starts connecting real fast. Katt's been going after Kevin for years, but now the pattern's getting way too clear. Every time Kevin levels up, another black man gets pushed out. Kevin Hart's been grinning his way to the top, stacking his billions. But what if he's been secretly cutting down the same men who opened the doors for him? Let's not act surprised. Katt Williams never rocked with Kevin.
New Pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee, Kavenzhane Wallace.
Wow. Wow. I don't think anyone saw this one coming.
Kavenzhane Wallace, of course, the first African American, the first female, and first child pope.
And he's never kept quiet about it either. This drama didn't pop off on that Club Shay interview. That was just the explosion. The tension between Katt and Kevin runs way deeper. Their beef goes back decades. Katt was that dude in the 2000s. He had the streets, the stage, and Hollywood buzz.
And what is the new Pope doing?
Pope Kavenzhane is lifting her arms into her signature muscle man pose.
Truly adorable, and everyone loves it.
But then out of nowhere, his projects started vanishing. Roles he was promised suddenly handed off to Kevin. And Katt still says it loud. Kevin didn't grind his way to the top, he was placed there. Let's be real. Kevin came into Hollywood with Soul Plane, and that movie flopped hard. That should have been the end of his shot.
He put this dress on, and what? The prostitute? Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know.
But somehow he kept getting blessed. TV deals, movie roles back to back. And suddenly he's the face of every family film and corporate commercial out there.
Pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't even wear no dress to be funny.
Meanwhile, Katt got branded the wild one. A crackhead, unstable, a walking meltdown. But here's the plot twist. Katt says he wasn't crashing, he was being set up. And guess who just happened to win every single time Katt lost?
Good or bad. My frustration with Katt Williams comes from, you keep pointing at Hollywood. Hollywood this, the white man, this, and this. When do you take responsibility for your actions? You had the shot.
Katt was in that position at one point.
You were the guy. You were set up to be the star. You didn't show up to work. You f***ed off promo shoots. You f***ed off your promo fucking trips that they had set up for you. You became a risk to the studios, which is why the studios fucking with you.
Kevin. Fast forward to the 2010s, Hollywood started pushing that weird wave of throwing black men in wigs and dresses for cheap laughs. And back then, Kevin straight up said he'd never put on a dress. Around that same time, Dave Chappelle had just gone viral for telling Oprah he refused to wear a dress. He wasn't about to let Hollywood turn him into a joke just to entertain some execs.
I'm 44 years old. I get my blood tested every 3 months for the last 15 years. All narcotic tests have come up 0.00%. You look up my rap sheet. I've never had a DUI or a possession of anything. See, when you real, you can tell the truth about anything or anybody. I answer to no one but God.
So when Kevin popped up right after that wearing a dress, Katt took that as all the proof he needed. To him, Kevin wasn't just selling out. He was sticking to the Hollywood script. And it didn't stop there. Back when Katt was on fire, Hollywood suddenly flipped on him, painting him as some drugged-out, unstable mess. But if you dig a little deeper, not the police. Then Kevin hit the Breakfast Club and basically blamed Katt for his own downfall. But why was Kevin going so hard at someone who wasn't even in the race anymore? That's where the conspiracy kicks in. Fans started thinking maybe Kevin wasn't just defending himself. Maybe he was trying to erase Katt altogether. Let's be honest, Hollywood loves a safe puppet. And Kevin, he played that role perfectly.
The fun fact about the New York Knicks, I don't know if you guys know this, but Katt Williams bought the Knicks.
He definitely bought it.
He bought the Knicks, and it's rumored that he took the Knicks back, returned them with a receipt.
Yeah, you can do that. You didn't know you could do that.
The first person ever did.
Yeah. Oh, they gave him a 30-day policy.
He bought them for 15 days.
And returned them.
Yeah. That's another fun fact about the New York Knicks.
He made the team.
He played.
He played. Oh, he
played. He played with the Knicks.
But Katt wasn't staying quiet. He clapped back hard when Kevin threw out those drug accusations. It got so deep that Katt claimed movie roles written for him were handed straight to Kevin.
He played with them.
Well, you know he fast. They say he fast.
Yeah,
he run a
one of the fastest.
3.9. Oh, yeah. What you say? A sub 3.9. He figured out how to play basketball from reading all them books.
3,000 of them.
3,000 a year.
A year.
That's 2 a day. At 6 years old.
All because he refused to do scenes that involve serious violations or degrading black men on screen. One major example? Friday After Next. Katt said they tried to force him into filming a scene where his character gets assaulted in a bathroom. He wasn't having it. He stood his ground and walked away. And what happened next? He got blacklisted. Meanwhile, Kevin, who reportedly didn't mind doing those kinds of scenes.
Some people that I've kind of helped behind the scenes, and to see them attack, oh, I wouldn't have let him do this, I wouldn't have said that. But you know what? It took me a long time, Cam, because when you play sports, you understand.
Started landing the roles Katt turned down. Now fast forward to 2024. Katt Williams pulls up on Club Shay's Shay, Shannon Sharpe's podcast, and drops the most viral interview of the year. And the moment that had everybody gasping, when he went off on Kevin Hart, again. Most folks thought Kevin would fire back directly, but he stayed silent. At least at first. Then out of nowhere, weeks later during an NBA broadcast, Kevin started cracking weird, random jokes about Katt that didn't even fit the moment. Fans caught on quick. They knew Kevin was sneak dissing Katt, trying to clown him while keeping it playful for the cameras. But nobody saw this coming. Shannon Sharpe ended up catching the heat, too. After that, Club Shay Shay episode exploded. Shannon's life started spiraling fast. Out of nowhere, Shannon's guests pulled out last minute, sponsors ghosted him, and those big brand partnerships, gone just like that. Then boom, a lawsuit dropped like a bombshell. Gabriella Zuniga, a 19-year-old OnlyFans model, came out accusing Shannon of all kinds of disturbing behavior. Fans were stunned, but not all of them were shocked. Why? Because during that Club Shay Shay interview, Katt literally warned Shannon it was coming.
My date your age. Well, I want to date my wage. I'm finna shut all this ish down tonight. I want to date my wage.
Stay right here.
Where y'all at? Hey, chat, where they at?
And he did it more than once.
Women trying to shame older men into picking them. Because see, that's the competition. Older women ain't the competition with older women. It's them young ones.
Right.
It's them young ones that hunt. Yeah. That'll do what you want.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me I'm independent. I pay my bills. I pay the cost to be the boss. You the boss by yourself.
All of this turned into fuel. And with Gabriella filing that lawsuit, Katt's convinced Shannon walked straight into a setup. Now let's break down this wild lawsuit that came out of nowhere. Shannon Sharpe is getting sued for a jaw-dropping $50 million by 19-year-old Gabriella Zuniga. But don't get it twisted. She wasn't some random groupie or church girl. Gabriella is an OnlyFans model who goes by She Is Carly online. Word is, Shannon met her at a gym and started messing with her last year, when he was 54. And Gabriella didn't file light. Her lawsuit is packed with graphic, unsettling accusations. She says Shannon pulled her into a secret relationship, pressured her with twisted roleplay involving race, made threats, filmed her without permission, and even groped her more than once.
Now, I'm not going to say her first name, but the family name that she holds is Zuniga.
I've been researching, trying to figure out if she's related to the Hollywood Zunegas. Because Daphne Zuniga has ties in some interesting areas behind the scenes. Melrose Place actress, does anybody remember?
She's also claiming he found a way into her building without approval, and even threatened to kill her if she ever tried to share her location or call for help. That's heavy.
Oh, damn, man, that Melrose Place, yeah, 1990s.
Yeah, Daphne Zuniga. She has ties, like I said, some very interesting Hollywood ties. So you messing with this girl who's a child. This man has children older than this girl. Am I lying?
And right when folks heard all this, they started connecting the dots, because this lawsuit dropped right as Shannon was supposedly finalizing a massive $100 million media deal. The timing? Way too perfect or way too suspicious? You really think that lawsuit just happened to drop the exact moment Shannon was about to secure a $100 million deal? Come on now, be for real. This went from messy to straight up manipulative. People started asking, how did Gabriella Zuniga even end up in Shannon's orbit? And how did her case move so fast, with serious legal power behind it? That's when things took another wild turn. The name Jaguar Wright popped up.
Have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm gonna choke the shit out of you when I see you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice.
She claimed Gabriella wasn't just some random influencer. She was tied to one of Hollywood's most powerful families, the Zunigas. Yeah, that Zuniga family, as in Daphne Zuniga, the actress from Melrose Place, who's allegedly deep in the same elite circles as people like Kevin Hart. Jaguar didn't hold back. She said it straight up. Gabriella was planted. According to her, the whole situation was a carefully planned setup from jump. And Gabriella? She didn't just make claims. She came strapped with receipts, text messages, audio clips, the whole package. Then, when Shannon tried to flip it and play the victim, Gabriella cranked it up and dropped a voice memo of him making some wild, freaky comments. Fans were shook when Shannon's own lawyer confirmed he offered Gabriella $10 million to make the whole thing disappear. Does that mean he's guilty? Not exactly, but it does show he was scared. Really scared. Imagine being Shannon, losing deals left and right, your name getting dragged all over social media. That's when people started whispering. Maybe Kevin Hart made some quiet moves behind the scenes. Let's not forget, Kevin's got connects at every major studio, every network, every streaming platform. He's the industry's golden boy. Squeaky clean image, hosting award shows, doing tequila ads with The Rock.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself.
If he so much as hinted that Shannon was a problem, that could have been all it took to start the takedown. Now let's talk motive. Kevin had plenty of reasons to be heated. That Club Shay interview, it exploded, and Kevin caught all the smoke. Katt called him a plant, a sellout, and even suggested he was tight with Hollywood puppet masters. And Shannon? He just sat there, quiet, letting it all fly. But Shannon didn't lay low for long. He didn't just deny the claims, he came back swinging. And the lawyer behind all this? None other than Tony Busby, the same guy who went after Diddy and tried to sue Jay-Z. Shannon didn't hold back. He accused Busby of going after powerful black men and using the media to paint them as guilty. But at this point, the damage is done. Sponsors have backed out, and that $100 million deal Shannon was about to seal, it's now hanging by a thread. And Kevin Hart? He's been quiet as a ghost. No tweets, no interviews, no subliminal shade, nothing. Now zoom out for a sec, because this ain't just about Kevin and Shannon. This is starting to look like a pattern. First it was Katt Williams, then Monique, now Shannon Sharpe. Every time Kevin stays close to the top, someone else gets pushed out. Shannon gave Katt and Monique a platform. And right after that, boom! He's hit with scandal, deals disappear, and the media flips on him. He's now one headline away from being the next cautionary tale. And who keeps walking away untouched? Kevin. People are starting to peep the pattern. Kevin doesn't just succeed when others fall. He seems to benefit because they fall. Whether it's planned or just a twisted coincidence, the optics, they're looking real bad. So let's hear it. Is Shannon getting punished just for standing next to folks like Katt and Monique? Or did he play himself by getting messy and giving the industry the ammo they needed? Drop your thoughts in the comments, hit that like button, share this with someone who needs to see it. Random. Charles rising up, Shannon laying low. But now, it's way deeper than that. Leaked audio and insider chatter are exposing a shady twist. This might be about jealousy, sneaky sabotage, and a major power play that totally backfired. Sources are now saying Shannon Sharpe may have secretly tried to stop Barkley from locking in his ESPN deal, all while his own career was going through it, thanks to a wild lawsuit and some serious off-camera slip-ups. But here's the part that's really blowing people's minds. Charles Barkley is known for going rogue with his hot takes and even dragging ESPN at times. But instead of punishing him, they're giving him more power. No fines, no drama, just green lights. So now everyone's asking, why is ESPN standing strong behind Barkley while slowly pushing Shannon out the back door? And the biggest question, was Shannon really out here trying to get Barkley fired? Is this just straight up jealousy? Or is something way deeper going down at ESPN? Let's get into it. Word is, Shannon Sharpe hasn't been too happy ever since Charles Barkley started popping up more and more on the ESPN radar, and honestly, it makes sense. Barkley's raw honesty, loud personality, and major fan appeal made him a no-brainer for ESPN after TNT lost the NBA rights.
He said the Lakers, first of all, the Lakers have had a great 2 weeks. He said the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're going to be working with next year, that's all they talk about.
Meanwhile, Shannon's been facing serious heat. That lawsuit from a young woman, just barely into adulthood, put a huge spotlight on him. With his image under fire, and Barkley rumored to be stepping into a major role, Shannon was feeling the pressure big time. Now here's where things get messy. Insiders say Shannon tried to work behind the scenes to block Chuck from joining the network. Straight sabotage, and the wildest part?
And I've been going back and forth with TNT for the last 2 months, whether I'm going to work 2 years or 3 years. But if I really wanted to, I could stay for 7 years, which there's no chance of that happening. Zero.
People are saying he even tried sliding some of Barkley's old dirt to ESPN execs, hoping it'd scare them off. But it didn't stop a thing. If anything, it blew up in his face.
I'm not taking no job, and I know how, number one, the most important thing is how much I'm going to work. That's been my biggest gripe, to be honest with you. Like, well, how much am I going to work? I mean, the notion that I'm going to work more as I get older, that's just not going to happen.
But here's the real twist. While Shannon was busy trying to dig up Chuck's old dirt, the truth is, Barkley's so-called controversies aren't even ancient history. They're recent, they're loud, and everybody's seen them. And guess what? ESPN doesn't care one bit. Let's rewind to 2022. Charles Barkley locked in a monster 10-year, $210 million deal with TNT. Huge move. But even with that crazy check, Chuck made it crystal clear he wasn't planning to stick around forever. He straight up said he's only got a couple more years left in him. Then he's out. He told everyone he's about keeping his peace, not breaking his back for any network. And if anyone thought Chuck was playing nice, think again. He threw some slick shade at how ESPN runs things, saying, "I ain't gonna be working like no dog, like Stephen A. Smith." That wasn't just some offhand joke. It was a clear shot. Barkley drew the line loud and clear. He's not signing up for that nonstop ESPN hustle. Now you'd think a jab like that would have ESPN backing off, right? Nope. They still rolled out the red carpet for Chuck, handed him a spot in their NBA coverage, and even gave him creative control.
I've been telling y'all that for 2 months. Hey, ESPN, I love you guys. Don't try to make Anthony Edwards the face of the NBA. The face of the NBA is Shay Gilgeous-Alexander, Joker, and Giannis. You can't give it to people. They have to take it.
But Barkley isn't exactly clapping for ESPN's plans. He's got major doubts. He's worried they're going to mess up the inside the NBA vibe. Too many ads, too much structure, not enough real talk. And it's not just fans who are stressing. Media insiders, critics, even Barkley himself are saying what everyone's thinking. ESPN's gonna ruin the magic. Let's be real, this ain't new. ESPN's known for being too polished, too corporate, and always trying to steer the story their way. People are nervous for a reason. And this shakeup might not go the way ESPN's hoping. TNT let Chuck be Chuck, but ESPN, they've got a whole different playbook.
Ain't nobody, they can't fire me. I make too much money to get fired. So they can't fire me. First of all, they fire me. They got to pay me for 7 years, and I'm going to quit way before then. But if they want to fire me, I would love for them to do that.
You got to fit the mold, stick to the script, and keep everything clean and polished. And that's not Charles Barkley's style. He even called a TNT spinoff pilot the stupidest ish I've ever seen. And yes, he said that on the record. Anyone else would have been shown the door for saying something like that. But not Chuck. He's still got his spot. Still untouchable. Even after he publicly slammed ESPN for hyping up Anthony Edwards as the NBA's next superstar before the guy even proved he could show up under real pressure. No suspension, no warnings, no corporate fallout, just business as usual. Now picture this. Shannon was reportedly about to land a $100 million deal. Then came the lawsuit, the IG Live slip-up.
Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Right.
I like that.
Hey, man.
I'm stealing that one.
The Lakers are doing great.
And whispers of drama inside ESPN. And just like that, things started slipping. Meanwhile, Barkley, who had just finished trashing ESPN's own way of doing things, gets handed a bigger role, full protection, and treated like a king.
Come on, man. In all sincerity, I'm extremely embarrassed that a very, very private, intimate situation, the audio can be heard.
Of course, Shannon's allegedly feeling some type of way. The double standard is loud and clear. But here's where it gets extra shady. Word is, after Chuck found out Shannon had been trying to block his ESPN money, that's when he went live and said he's too expensive and can't be fired. And no cap, he really said that on air. That one comment, it shook the whole building. It wasn't just Barkley flexing confidence. It was a warning shot, a power move. Chuck knows exactly what he brings to the table. And more importantly, he knows ESPN needs him right now. That's when the insecurity creeps in. Instead of fixing his image, Shannon's allegedly playing defense by going after Barkley, but it's looking desperate.
And like I said, even though the name changes, the engine is still the same. And to that new network we coming to, we're not coming to F around. And since it's the last show, I'm going to say it. We're not coming to F around. We kicking ass, we taking names, and we taking over.
Not smart. And now word is, Chuck found out about the behind-the-scenes shade, and he wasn't having it. Sources say he told folks close to him he's not here for Shannon's little games. Barkley's not the boardroom type, but when he's heated, you'll hear it. While Charles is locking in a multi-year bag, staying on air and not breaking a sweat, Shannon's career is turning into a real-time lesson in self-sabotage. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, that $50 million lawsuit. A woman named Gabriela Zinga came forward, accusing Shannon of serious misconduct and threatening behavior, saying she was just barely an adult when things allegedly started. We don't know all the facts yet, but the lawsuit hit hard, and it gets even messier. Just weeks before it all went public, Shannon went live on IG and forgot to log off. That clip, let's just say, it did not look good. Let's just say that IG Live moment showed some real questionable behavior and gave folks even more reason to give Shannon the side eye. One commenter didn't hold back, saying, "Shannon Sharpe ruined his own career and has no one to blame but himself." Another nailed it with, "Sounds like Shannon mad because they gave Barkley his raise." Sounds like a little jealousy to me. The internet's going in, and they're not being gentle about it. Now let's dig into what people are really saying. Jealousy. Plain and simple. Charles Barkley is a legend, whether you rock with him or not. He's consistent, hilarious, and raw. And here's the game changer. Chuck ain't coming to ESPN solo. He's bringing the entire Inside the NBA squad with him. Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, the whole crew's rolling through. Even TNT's production team is packing up. Same set, same crazy vibes, same unfiltered energy, just with ESPN's logo slapped on it. While Shannon was scrambling to hold his spot, Barkley was out here plotting a full takeover. Think about it. ESPN didn't just bring in one man. They brought in an entire show. That's not a step up. That's a straight up replacement. Insiders are already talking. Barkley's new setup might become the centerpiece of ESPN's next NBA era, possibly pushing Shannon and a few others further out the frame. And here's the kicker. There's talk that Chuck might even get a say in who's on the new talent roster. That's real power, real pull. The kind Shannon used to have, but clearly doesn't anymore. And get this, a wild theory is picking up steam. What if ESPN wants this beef? Controversy pulls views. Drama keeps eyeballs glued. With both Shannon and Barkley trending non-stop, ESPN might just be sitting back, letting it all explode while they rake in the numbers. Meanwhile, Shannon's credibility is getting hit from every angle. And to make it worse, he's out here being petty. Word is he's fuming over not getting a pay bump to match Barkley, and insiders say ESPN's been quietly benching him since the lawsuit surfaced. And people online aren't sugarcoating it. Barely legal young girls, he deserves everything he's getting. Don't hate, you blew your own bag. Cold words, but the internet's buzzing, and people are starting to spot a pattern. And speaking of patterns, let's shift to someone else Shannon's allegedly blaming for his fall. Shaquille O'Neal. Yep, here's the plot twist nobody saw coming. Shaq and Charles Barkley are both sliding into Shannon's lane at ESPN. TNT might have lost the NBA rights, but Shaq and Chuck, they're landing real soft, straight into ESPN's prime spots, right where Shannon thought he'd be. And if you've been paying attention, you already know. Shannon and Shaq been low-key feuding for years. There's been petty shade, slick comments on air, random interview digs, even little IG shots. It's been brewing slow, but now it's looking like Shaq might have been playing chess the whole time. A leaked audio clip popped up just weeks ago, and it's explosive. You can hear someone who really sounds like Shaq talking to a known media fixer, someone who specializes in digging up dirt on public figures. And the voice says, "Find me something real on Shannon. I know it's there. I want the stuff that sticks." Yikes. Right after that lawsuit dropped, Shannon's empire started crumbling, one brick at a time. Coincidence? Or something planned? You decide. With all the heat already on him for shady off-camera behavior, it turned into the perfect behind-the-scenes storm. Now, ESPN execs are keeping it polite in public, but behind closed doors, word is they're quietly moving Shannon out. Barkley's new NBA studio show already got the green light, and rumors say he's getting a say in picking the next wave of talent, which could mean Shannon's seat is in danger. Let's be real. Why would ESPN stick with someone pulling in negative headlines when they've got Barkley, who's pure ratings gold? ESPN's riding hard for big personalities. That's why they scooped Pat McAfee. That's why Stephen A is on screen every time you blink. And now, Barkley's the new golden boy. Sources say his name is popping up all over ESPN's internal pitch decks. They're pushing him as the everyman of the NBA, the one who speaks the truth, cuts through the corporate talk, and still brings in ad dollars. And once again, instead of fixing the mess, Shannon's allegedly trying to play defense by targeting Barkley. But let's be honest, it's looking more like desperation than strategy. So what's next? Charles Barkley's locked in. He's already said he's retiring in a couple years, but until then, he's riding this ESPN wave and stacking that bag stress-free. And best believe, he's not losing sleep over Shannon. Now Shannon, if he doesn't make a serious move and handle that lawsuit, this could be the start of a real fall-off. He had a solid run, no doubt, but right now, it's giving fall from grace. Still, let's keep it real. This might not be the final chapter. Shannon's still a name, still got fans, and if he cleans up the mess and flips the script, he could pull off a Joe Budden-type comeback. But let's not sugarcoat it. His ESPN spot might already be slipping away. So here's the real question. Was Shannon really out here trying to block Barkley's shine? Or is all this drama just a cover for his own career crash? Is ESPN making the right move by betting big on Chuck? And can Shannon bounce back? Or did he fumble the bag for good? Drop your thoughts in the comments. This drama is heating up, and we need to talk. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and stay tuned for the next deep dive. Because in this media game, one slip-up can end it all.
But it was when the Illuminati first started coming after him. And I'll never forget the day when they breached the house.
How about date your age, date your age. Well, I want to date my wage. I'm finna shut all this ish down tonight. I want to date my wage.
Stay right there. Stay
where y'all at? Hey, chat, where they at?
Hold on. Cause you know I keep it on me now.
Yeah.
I keep it on me. You want to date your what?
I want to date my wage.
Shannon Sharpe should have listened when Katt Williams gave him that warning. People gonna start coming for you. And now, they're coming full force. Streets buzzing that they're trying to paint Shannon as the next Diddy. Can you believe that? Jaguar Wright even popped out and spilled all the tea, breaking down the whole plan they got to ruin Shannon's name. It's getting wild out here. And get this, right before all this chaos blew up, Shannon was reportedly about to sit down for an interview with Jaguar herself. That's the moment everything flipped. Folks say that's what triggered the whole takedown plan. Shay might be done for real. Shannon's already taken a massive hit, losing hundreds of millions since Gabriella dropped that lawsuit on him. But now, more people are stepping up with even darker accusations. One of them is Michelle, his ex-girlfriend of 10 years, who just did a full-blown interview laying it all out. And word is, a major media smear campaign is already in motion to bring Shannon down for good. Nobody's stepping in to help him. His podcast had too many powerful folks feeling exposed. Here's the twist. Michelle actually filed her lawsuit back in 2023, way before Gabriella made her move. But folks only started digging it back up recently, right when Shannon was catching heat over the Gabriella drama. According to Michelle, things went south in 2010 during a heated argument about Shannon's cheating. She says something serious went down during that fight, and they had already been caught up in an off-and-on affair for nearly a decade. It's getting deeper by the day, and the spotlight just keeps getting hotter. It came out that Michelle was still legally married when things started between her and Shannon, but that didn't seem to bother him at first. Soon enough, Shannon started demanding that she leave her husband, telling her he didn't want to share her with another man. He made it clear. If she wanted to be with him, it had to be exclusive. So, she gave in. She ended her marriage, thinking Shannon was serious about her, only to find out he had been playing her the entire time. Turns out, he was running around with multiple other women behind her back. One day, after catching wind of the cheating, Michelle decided to confront him in person. They had argued before, sure, but mostly over the phone. This time, she came to his house, and things escalated in the worst way. According to her, what started as a heated conversation turned into something much darker. She says Shannon used that moment to take advantage of her. She described how he forced her down and made her do things against her will, things she never consented to. Even though she was pulling away and even told him she didn't want to do anything, she says he ignored her completely. He forced himself into her mouth and used her for his own pleasure, refusing to stop. The lawsuit goes even deeper, stating that he moved her onto the bed and violated her again without permission. And what he allegedly said next is bone-chilling. "I'm gonna make it so no other man ever wants you." This is some seriously disturbing stuff. People are in shock. After going through what she says was a traumatic and violating experience, Michelle says she tried to go to the police, but that's when things got really dangerous. According to her, Shannon didn't just threaten her, he came for her entire family. She says he warned her not to talk, claiming he'd ruin her life and use all his powerful connections to shut her down. But it didn't stop there. Michelle says he even sent people, his so-called goons, to her home multiple times to intimidate her. She shared one terrifying moment when someone walked right up to her basement apartment door, which opened straight onto the sidewalk. She was inside with her child when she heard a voice outside scream, "Shut up, FMB!" That was it. Michelle says she dropped the restraining order immediately because she feared for her child's safety.
At the Broncos, April of 2002. And, but we didn't start talking until we met up at a club at Blue 67 in Denver. I don't know if anyone is listening from Denver, but yeah, we were at a club at the same time. We didn't go together. We just happened to both be there. And so he started talking to me and he started pursuing me pretty heavily from then on. I resisted for a while because, you know, I was a reporter and I didn't want to mix the two. But he's very charming. We dated until the 2010 incident. And then it came to abrupt end because I wanted, you know, we were arguing and he was threatening me and stuff like that after, but I didn't see him again after he hit me.
So what led up to that fight, that 2010 fight that you guys, I know that the argument ensued first before he allegedly hit you.
The argument was about the fact that he had removed one girl from his house and put another girl in his house and didn't tell me. And he had asked me to break up with my husband at the time. We were just dating, so I was dating Shannon and my husband at the same time. Shannon asked me to break up with my husband, and I don't recall for sure, but I think I did. And so, you know, it's like, wait a minute, you want me to be with just you, but you want to move somebody into your house and not even tell me? So that's what it stemmed from. He's not a faithful person, so I wasn't going to be faithful to a non-faithful person. It just doesn't work that way. Not for me anyway.
Can you tell us just broadly, I know it's probably painful to relive this situation, but can you tell us generally what happened that day?
It was fighting, and usually we fought on the phone and not in person. So it was the biggest argument that we ever got in. And he was controlling, he was domineering, he was manhandling me beforehand, and he wanted to have sex, and I told him no. I told him no, because you gave it to somebody else. I didn't only tell him no, I told him why. And he wouldn't take no for an answer. So he overpowered me, put me to my knees, put his in my mouth. And after he got enough of that, he put me on the bed. And, you know, this was all a struggle. So I had said no. And I said no, even though I was thinking that. And so it was the hardest. Yeah, this is too hard. I remember he got dressed and he knew what he did. And so, you know, I just kind of escorted him out the door. And then I wasn't going to do anything about it. You know, sometimes when you're with the person for a long time, it's hard for you to realize that they're being the perpetrator, even though you know it, you don't want to admit it. And there's so much going through your mind. But then he started coming at me. If I tell anybody, he'll use everybody he knows to destroy me, which he basically has. And then he started making other threats against my life.
The fear was too real, and the danger was literally at her front door. And while all of this was going down, Jaguar Wright jumped in and started speaking out too. She didn't hold back, breaking down the real reason why the industry is allegedly trying to wipe Shannon out now. According to her, this isn't random. There's a calculated agenda behind everything that's happening, and Shannon's name is right at the center of it. By now, it's no secret. Shannon ruffled a lot of feathers in the industry when he brought Katt Williams onto his show. That interview had executives fuming. But Shannon didn't stop there. He doubled down with another bombshell episode, this time with Monique, and she went all in. She dragged Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey without holding anything back, calling them out in ways that had folks clutching their pearls. During the Katt interview, Katt straight up warned Shannon that the industry was going to come for him hard once that episode dropped. He even said one of their tricks would be sending a white woman to try and trap him. That was the play. They'd done it before, and they'd do it again. But Shannon, he brushed it off. Not only did he ignore the warning, he bragged about his thing for young white girls. Said it out loud, like it was nothing. And guess what? They were listening. They took that info and flipped it on him fast, using a young white woman, just like he publicly said he liked, to take him down.
Damn. I remember getting up and I turn back and I look at my Katt, and I look at my producer and he's shaking his head. I'm like, oh man, we done messed up. So I'm like, what did I say?
Yeah.
Did I say something? He like, this is gonna be the talk of 24.
No way.
I'm like, you think so? He's like, shit. And he's looking at me just like I'm looking at you, Cam. He's like, Shannon, this is gonna be viral for the whole year. I said, come on, man. I said, so I'm thinking at that point in time, Steve Harvey is my biggest viewed, is my most viewed podcast. He's at 8 million. I said, you think we're gonna beat Steve? He's like, yeah. I'm hoping for 10 million.
Yeah.
That's all, Cam, if I get 10 million, I'm like, that's a pretty good interview.
Yeah.
Think about how few people that's in this space that interview people that don't get 10 million. So if I get 10 million, that's one of the biggest podcasts. Now, that's not Joe Rogan's numbers, but that's pretty good for an up-and-coming podcast. So I felt good. Man. But here's the thing I tell people, if I'd have had Katt mic'd up from the time he got out of the truck until the time he sat down, it'd have done 100 million. Oh, he was on it. And I just like damn. Cause I went back and I'm like, damn, he said that? Where was I? He was saying so much that I'm like, but Kim, I didn't know it was gonna cause this kind of ripple. I didn't think it was gonna move me in the direction. I'm glad it did. I understand what comes along with that. But if you remember, he said it. He said, this is gonna put you in another dimension.
He definitely did.
He said,
but my mama said, boy, there's power in the tongue.
Yes. He said, he told me, and my guy Jordan is over there, he said, now they're gonna come for you. I said, can't come for me for what? I didn't say anything.
Right.
He said, they're gonna come. And they're gonna say a lot of different things. And they're gonna be some people that you thought you might be able to get, that they're not gonna come now.
Right.
And that's absolutely has happened. That's absolutely has happened. They were so excited. Thanks for reaching out. We can't wait to sit down. And a day later, they can't do it. And then no call, they won't follow, so for the song.
Word is Shannon was getting ready to sit down for a major interview with Jaguar Wright in just a few weeks. But the moment the industry caught wind of that, boom, Gabriella's lawsuit suddenly came flying back into the spotlight. Now, folks are seriously questioning the timing. Could it be that this legal drama is just a distraction to shut down the Jaguar interview before it even happened? Well, that interview, it's not happening anymore. With Shannon knee-deep in this mess, everything's been called off. And Jaguar? She's not going easy on him either. She just did an explosive interview where she let loose, calling him out for getting himself into this situation and spilling all kinds of tea about the powers moving behind the curtain to destroy him. Jaguar didn't hold back. She said Shannon had no business getting involved with that 20-year-old woman to begin with, especially since, in her words, she's young enough to be his daughter. She also blasted him for surrounding himself with shady folks in the industry. According to her, those same people he was cozying up to are now the ones pulling strings to take him down from the inside.
You know, a lot of people were angry at Shannon Sharpe after his Katt Williams 2024 God Ain't Playing With Y'all interview. A lot of people were angry with him. Matter of fact, there's a lot more people who reached out to him after Katt, who he turned away because he couldn't take the heat. Is everyone forgetting that? And Katt warned him, they're gonna come for you. Monique came after that, told him, they about to get you. You better watch who you kicking it with. She told him the kindest, most polite way possible. And then all of a sudden, he's accidentally going on Instagram, setting up whole corn lives. Humiliation ritual, down to the floor. But why is nobody paying attention to? They're talking about money. 10 million offered to be quiet. She asked for 25,000 for the SCX. He wants 100 million for defamation and whoopty-whoopty-woo and all of this. Why is nobody talking about the simple fact that this is a man that's pushing 60 who's messing with a girl that's barely old enough to drink?
Yeah.
Let's stay there.
Let's stay there.
Because everybody skipped over that. Who's a child. This man has children older than this girl. Am I lying?
No, you're not lying.
His daughters are 32, son is 30.
And he keeps getting online. And somebody want to apologize to my family. No, you don't. Because you would stop. You got busted out. You did whatever you did on Instagram. And is everyone forgetting that he was just recently tied to the whole bride and with Casanat and Skip Bayless? Is everybody forgetting that just happened just a couple months ago? OnlyFans? You're negotiating $150 million big deal for your podcast outlets and all of that, which, by the way, was all set up for you by the NFL. Oh, I'm sorry. Who does Sean Carter work for?
The puzzle is puzzling.
No, last time I checked, Mr. Carter works for the NFL. And he was the one that got real smart Black Americans who were boycotting the NFL to stop giving the NFL their money. He was able to make all of that happen. I think we're past bending a knee. And then all of a sudden, Black people giving their money back to the NFL again? Those blackouts were for real, and it was costing the NFL millions.
It's turning into a storm Shannon clearly wasn't ready for. Nobody knows exactly where Jaguar's getting all this inside info from. But what she's saying, it's hitting home for a lot of people. Her claims are wild, but plenty of folks are saying it adds up. And now, they're dragging Shannon even harder, especially after Jaguar called out the industry for allegedly plotting to take him down. People aren't shocked that Jaguar was bold enough to speak out. She's been in the crosshairs herself for a long time. She even dropped a bomb, saying they allegedly tried to take out Katt Williams too. According to her, she and Katt have been close for years, and it was actually Katt who gave her the courage to speak up about what's really happening behind closed doors in Hollywood. That's why she's coming with no filter now.
When he walked into the club, and I was sitting at my table, it's my birthday party, and Special Ed brought him. And he wanted to meet me, and he came to my party, gave me about 20 grand in cash and said, consider it a down payment on your time. He taught me so much in 9 months. Walking away was hard, but it was when the Illuminati first started coming after him.
And the internet? They're not holding back either. One comment hit hard. This dude survived the NFL just to retire and get caught up with someone who was only 19 when they started messing around. He just threw away a $100 million deal that could have set him and his family up for generations. Generations. A black man in America, Kaka, fumbled multi-generational wealth. How can he be so MFKG? Dumb shaking my head. The backlash is growing, and people are questioning how Shannon even got himself tangled up like this in the first place. And people are shaking their heads in disbelief. Another voice online echoed Jaguar's thoughts, saying, I agree with Jag. A man over 60 should not even think about anything under 30. Brain isn't even fully developed till 25. Yet this behavior keeps getting excused. But now, people are finally speaking up and calling it out. Now it's your turn. What do you think about Jaguar spilling all this tea? Do you think Shannon's really in danger? Or is this just the industry turning on one of their own? Is his career done for real? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget, like this video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your people, and hit that notification bell so you never miss the drama. See you on the next one.
Fortunately, guys, he has lost ESPN and he has lost his $100 million podcast deal. All over some Badusi.
All narcotic tests have come up 0.00%. I'm 44 years old, little Tigger.
Say what? Katt Williams dragging Kevin Hart's little self into this wild mess again. And this time he's coming in swinging, claiming Kevin sold out Shannon just to see him get canceled. Yup. According to Katt, this whole drama with Shannon ain't just random. It's a straight up setup. Katt says it's a full-blown shakedown, and guess what? He came locked and loaded with receipts. Everyone knows Katt Williams cannot stand Kevin Hart. It's not even a secret at this point. But these latest claims, they're straight up crazy. Katt is saying Kevin's been moving real sneaky behind the scenes and that he's teaming up with big names in the industry just to take Shannon down. Wild, right? Katt already put Kevin on blast in that explosive 2024 interview with Shannon Sharpe, and now he's saying Kevin is still mad about it and plotting hard to ruin Shannon's whole career. Turns out Gabriela Zuniga, the woman suing Shannon right now, ain't just some random name. She's got deep ties in the industry through her family, and word is, she was sent to trap Shannon in this whole scandal. They knew exactly what they were doing, and Shannon walked right into it. See? He pretty much exposed himself when he got too comfortable in those interviews, running his mouth about his thing for younger women. That's when they locked in on him and set the whole thing up to bring him down. Now Katt Williams going off on Kevin Hart for turning on Shannon? This ain't new. Katt's been on Kevin's neck for a long time, and this just added more fuel to it. One of the first times Katt publicly clowned Kevin was when he showed up on SNL wearing a lace front and a dress, after literally saying just days before that he'd never do something like that for fame. That whole moment came during a wave where it felt like every black male celeb was popping up on TV in a dress just to climb the ladder. People weren't feeling it, and when Kevin flipped on his own words, it rubbed a lot of folks the wrong way. Katt was one of the loudest to call him out, saying it looked like he sold out big time. The only reason Kevin Hart even got asked about this whole dress situation in the first place was because Dave Chappelle had just dropped a bombshell interview with Oprah. In that sit-down, Dave revealed that while filming a movie with Martin Lawrence, producers tried to pressure him into wearing a dress, and he straight up refused. No hesitation.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a degree. Like when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. But certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I be connecting them down like, wow, all these brothers gotta wear a dress. This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a... and he put this dress on. And, what? Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like, and he leaves. And then like the director comes, Dave, it really would be great if you wear the dress. And it was clear, I was adamant, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. Guy comes back 10 minutes later, the whole new scene. Damn, how did you write the scene so fast?
But here's where it gets wild. Right after Dave shut it down, they suddenly pulled out a brand new script, like they'd been waiting for him to cave. That moment had folks shook. It opened a lot of eyes, and suddenly, every celeb was getting asked how they felt about what Dave said. Kevin was one of those celebs, and during his interview, he stood firm, said he'd never put on a dress for a role, like he was real confident about it.
Dave Chappelle, another great comedian, said that, you know, in the industry, they tried to make him wear a dress. Have you ever ran into that with scripts, and is there something that, you know, you wouldn't do, you know, for
I definitely haven't ran into to put on the dress. I mean, you know, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. You know, for me, I know what they are. They've yet to been challenged, so you know, I don't have to speak on them. I was asked to dribble a basketball on the talk show this morning.
You look
said
good
no to
doing
that. Not that was a dress, but I was like, no, I'm gonna look stupid. You know, at the end of the day, you got to know that you're a brand. I'm a brand. You need to protect your brand at all times. When things happen that can possibly affect your brand, your brand can be diminished, and you don't want that to happen. So, you know, protecting my brand is definitely.
But not long after that, Kevin popped up in an SNL skit wearing a dress and a wig.
But the new pope is not Turkson. The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee Quvenzhané Wallace.
Wow. Just like that. Fans were stunned. He had just said he wouldn't do it, then flipped the script for laughs on national TV. Back then, Kevin Hart wasn't some struggling actor scraping by, but he definitely wasn't at the top either. He was hungry for that big break, and when the opportunity came knocking, he threw on that dress and ran with it. He knew what it could do for his career, and he wasn't about to miss that shot. But once folks started calling him out for switching up, Kevin got real defensive. He hopped on Twitter and said, "I wore a dress on SNL because I thought it was funny. I made that decision. Nobody made it for me. I am my own boss." Like he tried to shut the whole thing down with that one tweet. But when Katt Williams was asked about it later, he didn't hold back at all. He straight up said Kevin sold out, and not even in a surprising way. According to Katt, Kevin was just the latest in a long line of black men being pushed to throw on a dress just to level up in Hollywood. He said Kevin wasn't making some bold choice. He was just doing what they told him would get him through the door.
Kevin doesn't have to worry about what people are going to say about him wearing a dress because of the long line of dress-wearing people before him. So now we had Big Mama's house 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I've never seen Medea in a pantsuit. I think she wears dresses. So now I'm saying, why are we picking on poor little Kevin Hart? Because it was his turn next.
And the thing is, Katt wasn't only dragging Kevin for putting on the dress. He was pointing out how Kevin publicly went back on his word after saying he never would. Katt Williams didn't just speak out because of the dress thing. He said all this because the industry was straight up trying to erase him at the time.
You're a sucker. The reason I don't do Big Tigger is because I had a tumor in my upper jaw and they had to take it out. and they had to block the whole right of my sinus with a piece of metal. So ever since I got out the Marine Corps, I can only breathe out of one nostril, boy. I get my blood tested every 3 months for the last 15 years. All narcotic tests have come up 0.00%. I'm 44 years old, little Tigger. You look up my rap sheet. I have never had a DUI or a possession of anything, not even the marijuana I do every day. See, when you real, you can tell the truth about any...
And guess who they were trying to replace him with? Kevin Hart. Unlike Katt, Kevin was down to do whatever they asked, no matter how much it clashed with his values. That's exactly the kind of person Katt refused to be. So once Kevin started gaining traction, the machine went full throttle. They came for Katt hard, spreading all kinds of wild rumors about him being unstable and out of control. They were trying to paint him like some criminal menace just to clear the path for Kevin to shine. They blackballed Katt so bad he stopped getting roles altogether and had to fall back from the spotlight. But in 2018, he made his big comeback, and he didn't hold back.
6 female black comedians that I know personally that I put on tour who have a hard time getting a chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A after they headline 7 shows at a club for $2,500 a week.
But people like real, and that's why they like her.
Is that what they like?
They love real.
Because everybody's real then. So don't trip.
No.
Is they so ghetto? When did that become marketable? Knock it off. They like her because she want to sleep with a white man. That's why the only thing she said was, I want to give it to Brad Pitt.
Katt came straight for Kevin, determined to expose what he called the fraud behind the fame. Even though Katt didn't name drop Kevin in that particular interview, Kevin clearly felt the heat because the way he reacted, you could tell he took it real personal. You know the saying, a hit dog will holler. And baby, Kevin Hart was barking loud when he went off during that heated interview on The Breakfast Club. He straight up called Katt a failure and claimed the only reason Katt never reached his level of success was because he chose substances over his career.
My frustration with Katt Williams comes from, you keep pointing at Hollywood. Hollywood this, the white man, this, and this. When do you take responsibility for your actions? You had the shot.
Katt was in that position at one point.
You were the guy.
Yeah.
You were set up to be the star. You didn't show up to work. You off promo shoots. You off your promo trips that they had set up for you. You became a risk to the studios, which is why the studios stopped with you.
Why was he a risk?
He chose drugs.
Oh, okay.
Take responsibility for what you chose and say, you know what? I gotta fix me, and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna stand up for comedy. So when you say Tiffany Haddish doesn't deserve or isn't really a comedian and these other women have worked hard, which they have. Shouts out to Melanie Camacho. Shouts out to Lunel. Shouts out to Leslie Jones, who are all underneath the umbrella of Katt Williams. Katt Williams, have you ever used your platform to bring the people that were under you up? You haven't. So because you haven't, don't those that now are. I've used my platform and I've brought my guys and girls up. The brand of Kevin Hart is a brand that's expanded so far, whether you like me or not. My presence in comedy will forever be felt because I'm a boss. I sit on the top of it, and the opportunities that I'm giving are the ones that I'm creating. So take responsibility for what you did. You. Nobody else did. You don't hear Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, the Kings of Comedy, Seinfeld. You don't hear George Lopez, Eddie Griffin. You don't hear fucking who else can I go down the road of other comedians? Steve Martin, Martin Short. You don't hear the guys that got on top and that made it by doing what they love complain about the people that are coming under them. The reason why is because they're happy with themselves. Don't blame everybody else for your shit. Don't shit on my sister Light because you're not happy with your shit. This shit's earned, it's not given.
That shade was icy cold. But Katt, oh, he wasn't letting that slide. Not even a little. The stuff Kevin accused him of was wild. And when Katt pulled up to Shannon Sharpe's club Shay last year, he came ready for war.
Tiffany was...
Producers behind Friday After Next thought it would be funny to include a scene where Katt's character gets SA'd, but Katt wasn't going for it. He straight up said no. There was nothing funny about that, and he wasn't about to play along just for laughs. After filming Wrapped, the punishment came quick. Katt got blacklisted from the industry, and all the movie roles lined up for him, they got handed over to Kevin Hart, who, unlike Katt, didn't question a thing. Kevin was down to play whatever role they threw at him. No, Kevin didn't come out and directly respond to everything Katt accused him of, but he definitely made it clear he was feeling some type of way. During commentary at the New York Knicks versus Philadelphia game, he slipped in some sarcastic jabs, cracking jokes about Katt buying the Knicks and dropping them off at the game. Corny or not, that shade wasn't subtle.
The fun fact about the New York Knicks, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Katt Williams bought the Knicks.
He definitely bought it.
He bought the Knicks, and it's rumored that he took the Knicks back, returned them with a receipt.
Yeah, you could do that. You didn't know you could do that.
The first person to ever do it. Other known fact, Katt dropped them off.
Oh, wow. Katt just dropped him.
He gave him a ride.
In a spaceship. Okay. In a spaceship. Copy that. Spaceship that he parallel parked.
Known fact, Katt Williams has a NBA basketball court in his living room. He's the first to ever really, he's the first to embrace a true hardwood floor. Yeah. He bought it in his home.
But Katt wasn't fooled. According to him, Kevin was out here trying to play it cool. But behind the scenes, he was real pressed. Katt says Kevin's been working overtime to take down Shannon Sharpe, especially since that explosive interview. And honestly, it tracks. Because Shannon had already said someone's been trying hard to cancel his whole show ever since he let Katt air things out. Well, now folks are circling back to that moment, and they're convinced Kevin Hart was pulling strings the whole time.
He said, but my mama said, boy, there's power in the tongue.
Yes. He said, he told me, and my guy Jordan is over there, he said, now they're gonna come for you. I said, can't come for me for what? I didn't say anything.
Right.
He said, they're gonna come. And they're gonna say a lot of different things. And they're gonna be some people that you thought you might be able to get, that they're not gonna come now.
Right.
And that's absolutely has happened. That's absolutely has happened. They were so excited. Thanks for reaching out. We can't wait to sit down. And a day later, they can't do it. And then no call, they won't follow, so forth and so on. So I understand.
But that's not even the half of it. Because now there's serious buzz going around that Kevin is also tied to the brand new lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe involving Gabriella Zuniga. Here's where it gets real messy. Gabriella isn't just some random woman. Word is, she's connected to a famous Hollywood family. Jaguar Wright spilled the tea, claiming Gabriella is related to none other than Daphne Zuniga, the well-known actress from back in the day.
He also skipped over the name that he dropped. She's a very unique name. Now, I'm not going to say her first name, but the family name that she holds is Zuniga. I've been researching, trying to figure out if she's related to the Hollywood Zunigas. Because Daphne Zuniga has ties in some interesting areas behind the scenes. Melrose Place actress, does anybody remember?
Oh, not Melrose Place, yeah, 1990s.
Yeah, Daphne Zuniga. She has ties, like I said, some very interesting Hollywood ties. So you messing with this girl who's a child. This man has children older than this girl. Am I lying?
And now, people are piecing it all together. Allegedly, Kevin and a group of powerful Hollywood execs have been plotting against Shannon for years. Once they noticed Shannon's pattern and how open he was in interviews about his attraction to much younger women, they knew exactly how to set him up. Using someone like Gabriella, that was part of the plan from jump. Shannon's past interviews are now getting picked apart, because looking back, he did make it real obvious he was into younger white women, just barely legal. It's like he unknowingly handed them the blueprint to bring him down, and now it's all coming back to bite.
Friend, baby, I'm grateful I'm not 56 and trying.
But you tried to say, what you tried to say?
Now let's be real. Nobody is saying Shannon Sharpe is squeaky clean in all this. At the end of the day, he got himself caught up in this mess because he couldn't keep his hands off those young Instagram girls. If he had taken Monique's advice and settled down with a grown woman his own age, the industry wouldn't have had such an easy time flipping the script on him. And of course, the internet is sounding off. One person said, "Didn't nobody set this grown man up?" He made his own poor choices. Now he got to deal with the consequences. Bottom line, he likes what he likes. Another person added, he didn't care about his career, morals, or legacy. This is all on him. Whoa! But now I want to hear what you think. Do you believe the rumors about Kevin Hart playing a part in Shannon's downfall? Or is Katt Williams just calling out what everyone else is too scared to say? And what about this whole sellout thing? Do you think Katt is spot on or reaching? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'm reading everything. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who loves drama, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next drop, and click right here to check out another messy story. See you on the next one.